All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our joint city council, successor agency, housing authority, and successor housing agency regular meeting today, Wednesday, August 19th, 2026. I will now call this meeting to order at 6:01. Now I'm also getting a phone call. Look at us. Okay. So just a reminder for folks, you are able to stream our meeting via Zoom, cityofsoledad.zoom.us /J/891-9949-7239 or call 1-669-900-6833 and use meeting ID 891-9949-7239. And just a reminder for folks that may be streaming on YouTube or whatever other platform, if you are interested in making a public comment online, we are only taking public comments via Zoom. And so next, I'll ask for a roll call. Present. Here.
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 And through the chair, I just wanted to let you know that the mayor is on her way. She will probably be 20 to 30 minutes late. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll go ahead and do our pledge of allegiance. And if I can have Assistant City Manager Mike Howard lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this time, do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda?
There are none. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right. We'll move on to public comment. So at this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. A public comment card can be filled out completely to ensure speakers called upon to give public comment. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes. The mayor, or in this case myself, may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. Please be brief and to the point. No action or discussion shall be taken on an item not appearing on the agenda. All right. So do we have any members of the public joining us in the council chambers that have a public comment? Seeing none. Do we have anyone on Zoom? I'm not logged in, so I don't know. No. All right. Did we get any written public comments? No. Okay. Last call. All right. We will move on to our next item on the agenda, which is very exciting. It is our Youth Council introduction. So our Soledad Youth Council introduction for program year 26-27. And so I will ask.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Ana Ambriz, Parks and Recreation Director. We are so thrilled to be here today and provide you with an update of the Youth Council program, and most importantly, introduce you to our new participants. As many of you know, the Youth Council was established in 2019 with the goal of promoting youth leadership, civic awareness, and community involvement among high school students. And that continues to be the guide for the program today. In previous years, the 3 youth council members were appointed as paid city staff to support the program, while the remaining members participated as volunteers. This model provided with meaningful work and leadership experience and was successful in many ways. This year, we're exploring a new model in which youth council members will participate as volunteers and receive a stipend to help offset barriers due to participation, such as transportation and other participation-related expenses. At this time, we're not, at this time, we're working through the logistic necessary to establish the stipend process. Today, we're not seeking council action. We are just providing an informational update and most importantly, introducing you to our new council members. Once that stipend process is finalized, we will return to you for formal approval of that portion of the program. In the meantime, we are excited to move forward with this year's Youth Council and provide them with meaningful experience to engage in local government, structure activities, youth initiatives, and leadership development. My department is thrilled to kick off another year of the program. We look forward to working with you, with other departments, and our youth to bring their ideas, their voice to these spaces. Now I'd like to call them all up. Come on.
Anna, before you conclude, I just wanted to make a statement.
Of course.
Sure.
Well, I was gonna have them introduce themselves, but we are excited and it's gonna be a great year for our youth.
Through the chair, one thing to let the council and the youth council know, we're really thrilled to have you participate. The stipend issue is more complex than we originally understood it to be. So one piece of clarification is we're going to explore with Anna some options, and it would have to come back to council for approval. So right now we're proceeding with the program as we have always had it, with the one commissioner and the youth council as volunteers. And then at the time that we have a more fully formed understanding of what the stipend process would be involved, we will come back. So, and for the youth, there's also opportunities to look at, in lieu of stipends, other leadership development opportunities, which is something I think Anna will also explore with the participants. So thank you.
It's going to be a great year, and certainly there's a lot of opportunity. Yeah. Now you guys can come up. Come on up. Let us know who you are.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manuel Ramirez, and I am a senior this year. This is my third year as a Soledad Youth Council member. The reason I joined the Soledad Youth Council is to make a change in my community, not only for my fellow youth, but also for my younger siblings to have a better environment to live in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fernando Cabrera Andrade. This is also my third year in the Youth Council. I also wanted to join this to be a more involved and informed resident and student.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Castro Bravo. It's my first year of student council, and I want to join to bring our community together of all age groups.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raylene Ramirez. I'm a freshman. I joined the Youth Council because I deeply believe I can make a difference in my community. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Ortiz, and I've been a part of the Soledad Youth Council for 3 years. And I think I joined the Youth Council to continue making a change in my community. I think that, like, as a part of the time that I've been a part of the council, like, I've had a platform to use my voice, and I really want to continue that this year. So thank you, guys.
Hello, my name is Carmen Pisana. I'm a senior at Soledad High School, and I joined Soledad Youth Council to make a difference in the community for the better.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chidalo. I'm a senior at Soledad High School. I live in District 2, and I joined the Youth Council because I just like to know what's going on, and I enjoy being involved in my community.
Hello, everybody. My name's Darlene. This is my first year with the Youth Council. I'm a senior at Soledad High School, and I joined the youth council to make an impact in the community.
Hi, everybody. My name is Navina Hernandez. I'm a senior at Soledad High School. I live in District 2. This is my first year being in the Student Youth Council, and I joined because I want to be more informed about what's going on in the community and be more at the forefront of making changes in the community.
Hello, everybody. My name is Fernanda Tronado. I'm a junior at Soledad High School, and I live in District 1. And one of the reasons why I decided to join the Youth City Council, this is actually my second year, but another reason why I'm returning is I want to be more involved in my community and make a positive impact in the community, whether it could be towards the people or towards the city to make it a good thing. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abigail Richardson. I'm a senior in high school, and I joined the City Youth Council because I wanted to make sure that the teens' voices were heard.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Pantoja. I am a senior in high school, and I live in District 2. The reason I joined the Youth Council is to be the voice of those who are silenced out or are too afraid to speak for their own.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Martinez. I live in District 4, and I joined the Youth Council to make a difference in my community.
Introducing you all to the new Youth Council. We look forward to working with you, and it's truly going to be a great year.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's cool to hear that you all know what districts you live in. I think that's exciting. I'm gonna go ahead and just bring it to the council in case anyone wants to share a few words. I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with you all how I feel, about you. The youth is, you guys are actually in my heart. Yeah, when I see you, the youth, and I see the future of our town, our city, our future leaders, our future council members, our future business people, and you guys don't let anything stop you all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys. I love that you guys know what district you are. And yes, for number 2, District 2, yeah. Not we. Mostly from, that means that we are more political in District 2. But thank you so much for volunteering and for being part of the leadership. Now you guys are carrying the voice of those who are afraid to speak or don't want to speak or cannot speak, okay? Listen to them and make sure that their voices are heard as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you guys. I'm excited to work with you guys. I know that some of you guys are involved already at the school and ASB clubs and all that, because I see some of you guys in FFA as well. So I'm excited. And you know what, as everyone echoed, I want to echo as well, advocate for everybody, not just certain groups, everybody, because that's what's going to make you speak volumes. And you know what, and just bring out that confidence that I see all of you guys have. And I appreciate you guys stepping up. And how many of you guys are in my district 4? Yay. All right, just one. It's all right. But with that said, I'd like to add that we are needing volunteer hours for students this Saturday. So please spread the word. It's at the cemetery. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. So just to echo again the sentiments, it's always really exciting to see youth being involved. And I'm glad to see that we have a really big group here. And I'm really hoping that with Anna and with the rest of the city staff, you all are able to provide us with feedback and maybe even some policy recommendations. I think the youth council in Gonzales is why my straw disintegrates on the cup. But you know what? That's okay. That's what the youth wanted. They wanted paper straws, and it's just that power, right, of you all being able to provide us with those recommendations, even if, it's not something that is super great. It's awesome to see that, that's going on. That was my attempt at like a joke, but I don't know if it landed. But anyways, yeah, so it's very empowering too. And then again, no shade, but being the youngest person here at 31, I really want to be able to see folks that are even younger being on the dais in the future. And so I think it's something that's really important also, is that your voice is heard, and that you all stay involved and hopefully join us up here. So thank you so much. And then we're gonna move to another presentation, but I'm hoping y'all can stick around so we can take a quick picture. So it shouldn't take too long. So yeah. Thank you. All right. We will now move on to council presentations, and we have a proclamation that will be presented to the Pinnacles National Park in honor of National Park Day. So I will read the proclamation and then I will invite folks to come say a few words. So again, this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad recognizing August 25th, 2026 as National Parks Day. Whereas National Parks Day coincides with National Park Service Founders Day on August 25 and celebrates the individuals who established and continue to preserve America's national parks. And whereas National Parks Day honors the National Park Service and encourages public engagement with national parks. And whereas Pinnacles National Park is a true wonder located in the Gabilan Mountains between the Salinas Valley on the west and Bear Valley on the east. Its unique values and attractions draw tourists from all over the world, and its status as a national park is a testament to its importance and beauty. And whereas the west side of Pinnacles has been a particular focus of local initiative, with Soledad residents playing a key role in its development over the years. From the 1964 meeting between the Soledad Chamber of Commerce president and the Park Service's chief of planning that helped spur the paving of the road from Soledad to the west side, to the 2013 establishment of the West Side Visitors Contact Station, the support and enthusiasm of Soledad locals have helped shape the park. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims August 25th, 26th, 25th, 2026 as National Parks Day and encourages all residents to recognize and participate in the continued stewardship and preservation efforts of both the Pinnacles National Park and its gateway communities, ensuring the park's natural beauty remains a cherished national treasure for generations to come. And I believe we have some folks from the National Park systems to step up and say a few words.
Good evening, Justin Fay. I'm the Chief Ranger at Pinnacles National Park. I'd just like to say thank you for having us over. Pinnacles is a beautiful place and one that is very deserving of celebration and protection. I'd like to extend our thanks to the City of Soledad for both your historic support through infrastructure and your more recent promotion of the parks. And again, this proclamation, we really appreciate it. And we hope that folks will join us during the National Parks Week next week. Just come prepared, bring plenty of water. It is hot. So again, we appreciate the City of Soledad, and I look forward to collaboration and working with you guys for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So hopefully at this time, we'll take a quick break to take a few pictures.
Okay. Okay. Put my hat on.
We can do comments when we get back. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us while we took some pictures with our youth council and the folks of the Pinnacles National Park. Our next item is our consent calendar.
Yes.
All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine by the city council and will be adopted by one action of the council unless any council member has any questions or wishes to make a statement or discuss an item. In that event, the mayor or myself will remove the item from the consent calendar for separate consideration. And so before I ask council, do we have any members of the public that would like to pull an item from our consent calendar? Anyone joining us from the chambers? Seeing none. Anyone from Zoom? No? All right. Council, would anyone like to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion? No? All right. So at this time, council, then I'll entertain a motion to adopt our consent calendar items.
So moved.
All right. Properly first and second. To approve our consent calendar items, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you so much. I don't think we need to do.
No, just through the chair clarification, we only do roll call vote when it's there's a virtual hybrid type situation under the rules.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for clarification. So next we'll move on to our public hearing number 1, which is ordinance number 782, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad retroactively authorizing the purchase and use of an unmanned aerial system or drone and making findings in compliance with Soledad Police Department Policy Manual Policy 709 Military Equipment and ordinance number 783, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad retroactively authorizing the purchase and use of 2 FN Pistol 303 less lethal launchers and ammunition and making findings in compliance with Soledad Police Department Policy Manual Policy 709 Military Equipment. And so first we'll be receiving the staff report. We'll open the public hearing. We'll then close the public hearing and then we'll have further council action. So I don't know who I'm going to.
I'm going to jump in.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike.
All right, I'll try to keep this brief because I feel like we sort of beat this item to death over the course of several introductions and so forth and
Right.
staff reports. If you recall, on June 25th, 2022, the City Council adopted by way of ordinance, Soledad Police Department Manual Policy 709, which has to do with the acquisition, the use, and the maintenance of military equipment. One of the provisions of the policy, which echoes the law on which the policy is based, says that the acquisition of military-grade equipment has to be approved in advance by the City Council by way of ordinance. This year, in preparing the city's annual military equipment report, staff discovered that the city had 2 sets of military equipment that were acquired without going through the proper process. The first set of equipment is the DJI Avanta 2 FPV drone. As we've described previously, this drone is a little bit more nimble. It's smaller than the existing drone that the city has, and that the police department has, able to do a variety of different things and enter into tighter spaces than the current drone that we have. The department feels that this particular drone will work well with the drones that are actually operated by CAL FIRE as well. So it'll be very complementary to those drones. The second set of equipment purchased without authorization are 2 less lethal launchers, which are basically weapons that look like rifles and they launch projectiles. We have 2 different types of projectiles that were also purchased at the same time, 760 rounds of ammunition. The projectiles come in 2 different forms. One basically delivers a blunt force blow when you're struck, and the other delivers, explodes on contact and releases some gas, some powder, actually, I should say, that affects your respiratory system and so forth. Very similar to pepper spray. The whole idea behind the launchers is that it allows the police to respond to dangerous situations at a distance, right? They don't have to get right close up, and they can use this instead of deploying more lethal means of disrupting criminal conduct. So we have those two different sets, neither one of which was properly purchased in advance with the council's approval in advance. So staff this evening is recommending retroactive approval of the purchase of the military equipment. We have prepared two ordinances because we have two different sets of equipment for the purpose, for that purpose. And we have also noticed two public hearings for purposes this evening, since it's the same idea. I mean, we're basically want to receive comment on both sets of military equipment. I believe that you can just hold one public hearing and receive comments on both sets of equipment to the extent that we actually get any public comment, and then close that public hearing. And then the council can consider whether or not they want to introduce by title only the two ordinances that are in the agenda. Happy to entertain any questions.
Well, before that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 6:34. Do we have any members of the public joining us in the chambers that would like to provide a public comment on public hearing number 1? All right. Do we have anyone online via Zoom? All right. I will now close the public hearing at 6:35 and bring it back to council for any questions or comments. I'm not sure if anyone has any.
So through the chair, I just wanted to make sure you said public hearing number 1. So were you entertaining comment on both of the sets of equipment, both ordinances?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure that was the case. Okay.
Sounds good. All righty. Do we have any questions or comments from the council for this item? Nope. All right.
I did want to add one thing, and that is the cost of the drone was $1,459, and the cost of the less lethal launchers and the projectiles was $8,100.26. I also wanted to note that because these had not been approved in advance by the council, this equipment has been sidelined since we made this discovery, has not been able to be deployed until the council considers the approval of the ordinances that are before you this evening.
Perfect. All right. So council, I will entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 782. Do I read the whole thing?
No, we already
Okay.
read it. That one.
Perfect.
Okay.
And taking them separately?
Pardon me?
We take them separately, right?
Yeah, let's take them separately.
Cool. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 783.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
And I just wanted to state on the record that as with 782 as well, that the motion included that it be read by title only, that we don't have to read the entire ordinance, right?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to our business items, and our first item of business is resolution number 6404/SA 2026-02, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad and the successor agency of the Soledad Redevelopment Agency, accepting and approving the 2026-2027 fiscal year proposed budget and approving and/or directing implementation of other budget-related actions. And I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager Mike Howard.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp and council members. Here we are again to review the budget. Tonight, we will ask for formal adoption of the 26-27 City of Soledad budget. We'll go through at the end of the presentation what the specific actions are. But by way of summary, So each year, the city provides or prepares an annual budget, although not required by law. The budget is a roadmap and a tool and is in place for good fiscal responsibility. There are other items that are required by law, such as an annual audit, and the annual audit requires that we compare that to a budget. So I guess in one way it is required. You'll notice in the past 2 years, we have brought before you a status quo budget. We are not calling this a status quo because it is not. As the council is very much aware, Measure A was not successful. And as a result of that, we have several increases within our uncontrollable increases within our budget that has required the reduction of several line items and expenditures. Some of those being freezing some open positions, reduction of professional services, reduction of the lobbyists, and reduction of our training budget. Some of our uncontrollable costs, which we'll go over in the presentation, but I wanted to bring that up in the beginning, is we've already adopted the CAL FIRE contract. Our 911 fees escalate every year. Our insurance, just by way of reference, I think it might surprise you how much the city of Soledad actually pays for our workers' comp, liability insurance, property insurance, vehicle insurance. We have insurance for cyber attacks, for fraud, all kinds of different insurances that would, anyway, we pay $2.2 million for our insurance policies. And then we have obviously healthcare employee benefits that are constantly escalating, and we're trying to keep those under control. So with that, I'm going to go through the presentation. This will be the same presentation that we did at the budget workshop a week ago. I do have an additional slide. Oh, I do want to mention that for those who came in, we've already changed out the actual staff report because the previous had a draft. For those that weren't able to come in or didn't need a one-on-one, you have the new staff reports to replace in your binders. So you have the actual that replaces the draft. Okay. With that, we're going to proceed. Maybe. There we go. Okay. I'm going to go through these fairly quick since a lot of them you've already seen. But for the benefit of the public at the actual adoption, we want to go through them. A lot continues to happen in Soledad. We have a lot going on and within our city. This year's operating budget across all funds, which is about 50 funds, is $56 million. And the budget aligns with the 2026 city strategic plan, which you adopted. Part of our budget message, this comes directly from the city manager's budget message. We still have some economic uncertainty, and that is persisting. The current war and the relocation of some major companies out of California have caused for some uncertainty within our local economies. We only have modest increases in property taxes, as evidence in some of our revenues where we see very little property transfer tax. Budget pressures are increasing faster than our long-term revenues. So our expenses are increasing at a higher rate than our revenues. We still have increased capital costs. Most of this is due to deferred maintenance, and these are capital costs mostly related to general fund assets. So assets like City Hall, the police department, the fire department, the rec center, our city parks, those things. And then the CAL FIRE contract moving to the 3-person per shift staffing. I'm not going to go through all of these, but these are some of the major accomplishments that we've had during the last year. We continue to advance economic development in the Soledad marketplace. As last year, we have had Tractor Supply, Wingstop, the Quick Quack Car Wash should be breaking ground any day. They have their permits. And we continue to work with Retail California in working with additional developers that are interested in the site. We also have other things that are going on. We've secured multiple grants, namely a new $300,000 grant to explore the container village and further that project. Those are some of the highlights, but all told, we've secured nearly $5 million in grants. Okay. Either my battery's almost dead or. Okay, some budget risks and opportunities. You've heard this over and over again. Measure Y will expire in 2032. We need to keep an eye on that. It currently, in this budget, it represents 15% of our budget. We still have the increased staffing requirements that are not fully, the full effect is not seen in this budget. It's split over 2 years since we were able to work with CAL FIRE and not do the implementation until January. But there will be another impact in the future budget. Some of the opportunities is there's still growth opportunities, specifically within the Soledad Marketplace and other properties that we have. We have affordable housing development that is in the pipeline. We still have vacant industrial land. And of course, we have Miramonte that is out there. Oh, that went too fast. So building for the future. One of the things we did, the General Council established a general fund capital improvement fund. That current balance is about $7.3 million. And it supports projects that are not eligible for revenue. And it's for utility revenue grants. Basically, it's to support the general fund. We continue to have our 5-year capital improvement plan to make sure that expenditures that we are spending for capital follow the programs and the master plans that we've got together. Future impact fee studies will make sure that we are receiving appropriate reimbursement for our costs and can plan for the future. We have our water and rate studies to ensure that the cost for our utilities are covering the operating cost as well as the future repair needs, and then the implementation of the strategic plan. We won't go through this. This is the organization chart. We keep this in the budget binder every year. It's awfully small. It's hard to see that. How did we prepare the budget? So first, this year, we first started with the strategic plan. So making sure that the budget aligns with our strategic plan. We conducted some community budget surveys and outreach efforts. We have our 5-year capital improvement plan, which is built based on the master plans, such as parks, water, and sewer that are put together. We use our water and sewer rate study plan. We have staff input and historical data, and then we use state and county estimates for revenue. You are all very well of these. Where are these? You've worked on these for many times, many meetings. These are the 10 pillars of the City Council strategic goals, and they are at the forefront of our budget. The outreach efforts that we did this year on July 29th, we have the community budget meeting, which that group also helped us formulate the survey that we then had at our pop-ups on August 1st, El Mercadito, on August 4th, the National Night Out, August 8th, Paint the Valley Purple, and an online survey. And we had roughly 200 participants in those throughout those events. So very successful, and it was actually really fun to talk with the public. There we go. So we wanted to share some of the survey results as we met in each of the following or the preceding pop-ups. We asked 4 different items. The first is on public safety. We asked the public to rank because we knew we were going to have to do service reductions with the reductions that we have in the budget. Which was the most important for them that they did not want us to reduce? So we didn't say which one do you not want, we said which one do we keep? So for public safety, the choices were response time from public safety, animal control, and code enforcement. And by and large, the public said, don't cut services that are going to reduce response time. We want to make sure that if we have an incident, we want the safety folks to show up. Then followed by animal control. And surprisingly, because sometimes I think we hear a lot of comments from your constituents about code enforcement, it was the one that they were willing to sacrifice. For housing and economic and community development, we asked them about the frequency of inspections, the permitting process, or the service delivery. And service delivery was meant to the front counter, being able to come in. And by and large, they said that was important to them. And then there was a subset of, are you okay with online services, or would you rather be in person? And they said, we want to come in person. Recreation and community engagement. There, the community said, don't touch our community events. We like the community events. We want to keep those. And then the others were close second and thirds. Parks and public, I went by too fast. Parks and Public Works. Here we talked about clean facilities, the upkeep of parks, public works response time, and then we did get some additional ones where people said, well, they're not on here, but I have a higher priority, and that was road work and extra bathroom hours. But by far, they said clean facilities, and this really led more to the bathrooms at the parks and more hours at the bathrooms. So we will be taking that in. Then the online service had a free-for-all at the end. It said other priorities. I'm just including exactly what was on the survey. Firefighters is in bold because there were 5 people that put firefighters as their priority. So what's not in the budget? In the budget, as I mentioned earlier, we have these are current vacant positions. We have froze them, and we are not eliminating the positions, but they are unfunded for the fiscal year 26-27. It's the IT manager, community engagement manager, recreation program coordinator, a community service officer, a police officer, some part-time staff, and the reduction in temporary seasonal staff. Professional services have been reduced because we're going to take a greater role. Staff is going to take on more of grant management and use the admin fee instead of charging that out. So basically what that does is that reduces our salary budgets because we can charge those salaries to the grants. Same thing with construction management. We will start taking on more of the construction management so that we don't have to hire a consultant to do that. Staff time will then be charged to those projects, therefore reducing the expense out of the general fund. We have eliminated the Townsend contract, but that doesn't mean that we have eliminated any types of process for grants. The Townsend did lobbying and grant services. We now have kind of a single or a pay-as-you-go type of a program where with California Consulting, where if we find a grant that we want to go after and we need their assistance, we will pay them to assist us for that, as opposed to having a fixed retainer, which we had with Townsend. So it should be at a lower cost. The budget overall does include $20 million for capital projects. These are just some of the highlighted projects. These are not all of them. These are some of the main projects that will be taking place. It's almost $13 million that we will spend on capital projects that are being grant funded. Break that down a little bit further on how those grants or how those projects are being funded. This is a new slide, so if you have a presentation, it's not in your slide, okay? This is hot off the press. So So of the $20 million, here's how we slice it. 12.6 million is coming from grants. 3.7 million is coming from street funds. This would be your gas tax, SB1, and the TAMSI Measure X. Enterprise funds, which is water and sewer, which is paid by the ratepayers, is $2.4 million. The assessment districts, which is again paid by the residents who live in those assessment districts, we will spend $1.5 million on the assessment districts. That is primarily the slurry project, the slurry seal project that will take place citywide. $170,000 will come from impact fees, $20,000 from the general fund, and $20,000 are slated a project that we would hope to get donations for in order to do that project. Okay. The general fund revenue is almost $16 million. Here is how that $16 million is allocated across all departments. Our total expenditures equal almost 16.4. We will use $444,000 of our operating reserve. So while the budget has a deficit in it, we will balance it. We will balance the budget through operating reserves. Here's a look at the general fund allocations by functional expense. So total salaries represent 71% of our general fund budget. Supplies and services, which includes our insurance, which includes our 911 fees, it includes the electricity and utilities, those types of things. 26%. We have other charges, and then that small little sliver for the capital projects out of the general fund. Here's what kind of a picture graph of where our revenues come from. In years past, because VLF fees, which is the vehicle license fee, that comes with our property tax, and so we've lumped them together. In this year, I thought it was important to take them out just to really show the public how much, or in what I like to say, how little we receive from property tax. So in all the property taxes that are paid by residents of the city of Soledad, we receive 8% of it. It's actually about $1.2 million of this budget. As opposed to the vehicle license fee, which we benefit from the prison because this is allocated by the state of California based on total population without adjustments, we get about $4.7 million. That's actually one of our largest revenue sources is vehicle license fees. That doesn't mean that all that revenue came from Soledad, because all of the money goes to Sacramento. They allocate it based on population. So we benefit from our population there. Then we have our sales tax. The first green, that 8% is what we call Bradley Burns. It's the base sales tax, or 1%. Next is Measure Y. That's the 15% that I spoke about earlier. So that blue is Measure Y. Measure S represents 8%. And then we have other taxes as the other 7%. So that represents the lion's share of all the revenue that comes into the city. I like to think of this as fixed income. There is nothing we can do to increase this revenue. We can't go out and say, hey, you know what? This year, we're going to charge you an extra 0.2% of sales tax because we need some extra money for like we would raise rates. We can't unilaterally go and raise taxes. Some of them are flat fixed based on property tax or sales tax. Some of them, sales tax we can't deal with, but like city taxes we could, but it requires a vote of the taxpayers. Okay.
Like if you say city taxes, that's only SME, right? And
the city taxes I would be referring to is like the occupancy tax. They're a small portion. That's why that's that small sliver where we have and then the next is the business licenses and some of the licenses and fees. But we have transit occupancy tax. That's a city tax. We could increase that but it goes out to the voters to do that. Here's how the general fund is appropriated. That green slice is the police department, and the blue slice is public safety. So this is a typical pie chart of any municipal city. Is over 50% or more goes towards the paying of public safety. And then you see all the other departments. Okay. Just as a reminder, the City Council amended Administrative Policy number 4000-16 to increase the established general fund reserve. This is what we refer to as the council reserve to $2 million. The $2 million reserve is still met, and we have been meeting that for several years. In 2022, the City Council established the General Fund, Capital Projects Fund, and we expect that fund has a balance of $7.3 million. We expect it to still be $7.3 million at the end of 2026-27. So as a reminder, the 2000, here's in all the time we've been doing this, I never caught that typo until tonight. That should say 26-27. The 26-27 general fund budget is presented as balanced using $444,000 from operating reserves. And so if we look in our crystal ball and if 2026 ends exactly where we want it to end, if 2026-27 goes exactly as we project it, we will still maintain our $2 million council reserve. We should still have about $3.8 million of an operating reserve, which is a good thing to have, because until we find an alternative revenue source, if we continue to deficit spend, this gives us a runway to figure out what to do before we have to do anything dramatic. So ongoing challenges, we already talked about these. Normal revenue increases are not keeping pace with our expenditures. General fund infrastructure is aged and it needs maintenance. The current general fund expenses do not allow for a reserve set aside. So at this point, we used to, in years past, we were able to put aside money in the reserve, but at this point, we don't have that. The CAL FIRE increase to 3.0 staffing is still going to be a challenge until we find an alternative revenue source. And the largest one out there, and you'll hear it until I'm no longer here, or until 2032 or until we have successfully passed an extension, is the expiration of Measure Y. I don't think we need to make sure that we completely understand how devastating that will be to the city. So let's talk about Measure Y. These are all, I'm not going to go through all of this. You all know that this was a measure put on the ballot and passed by the voters. It's been extended, expires in 2032, represents 15% of our budget. It's $2.4 million. And this year, we're only projecting a very modest increase of $29,000. And these are not numbers that we're coming up with. These are our consultants, HDL, that we consult with. Based on everything that's going on, they're telling us the economy is slowing. Positions funded by Measure Y. I think we have 7 full-time positions funded for our police department. Measure Y also pays for roughly $50,000 of vehicle leases to support our police department. For almost $1.4 million is allocated to police. And we pay about $1 million for our fire contract out of Measure Y. And then we have an administrative cost where we have to pay the state of California to collect the city tax on our behalf, and it's 1% of our receipts. So if we receive less, we pay less. If we receive more, we pay more. This is what it looks like in a chart. Some people learn by seeing the numbers, some are visual in a chart. So I think it's important to see it both ways. You can see 57% goes to police, 42% to fire, and a 1% to the state. Measure S is another transaction use tax that was voted on and approved by the voters to support recreational and other related services related to our parks and animal control and those types of things. The total cost of Measure, the reason that I have this here, that $730,000, that's the general fund contribution to Measure S related departments. That this is what the general fund is contributing beyond what we receive from Measure S. In other words, our sales tax and our property tax dollars are supplementing those departments to pay for those services. This is important because we made a commitment to the public when Measure S was passed that the contribution that we were making towards recreation while the YMCA was in place, we would maintain that contribution. And that contribution was roughly $400,000. So not only are we maintaining it, we're spending more than what we were paying. So here's the numbers. Measure S brings in $1.2 million. Fees for services for recreation programs brings in $265,000. And then the departments that it supports for our parks to maintain these are to maintain city parks, not all parks. These are just city general fund parks is $855,000. To run our recreation programs as the community program and our field sports and so forth is $1.1 million. We spend about $137,000 on animal control. The Lions, the two largest expenses out of that is the salaries for the the CSO and the SPCA. Until we find an alternative solution, that's just going to be a large cost. And in the previous fiscal year, we spent $102,000 taking animals to the SPCA, or community taking animals to the SPCA. And then community engagement's $100,000, and of course the state wants its slice of $12,000. Here's what it looks like graphically. So 50% of Measure S goes to recreation. So it certainly supports the initiative and what we committed to the residents. The other 39 or close to 40% goes to parks, which supports the recreational programs. Okay. Now we'll move out of the general fund and move to our enterprise funds. We have 4 enterprise funds. Enterprise funds are standalone business units. They are paid, the revenue from these funds are paid by ratepayers. They are paid by the users. So these are paid by the businesses and the residents of the city of Soledad. They are for water, wastewater, solid waste, and sanitation. In this fiscal year, we will complete the water, sewer, and recycled water study and bring that to you for your review and adoption. The wastewater and water studies have been completed and they are incorporated in the CIP. Both water and sewer systems have significant repairs that are necessary. So we will be on a pretty accelerated cadence to make sure that we get those done so that we are able to deliver safe, reliable drinking water and that we are able to treat the waste, which then goes all the way out to the plant. So let's talk about the water fund. The projected revenues are $5.2 million with 4.9 in total expenditures. The total CIP is $1.1 million for the water fund. The total expenditures related to capital are 1.1. So without the capital expenditures, we would have had a surplus of $1.4 million. But you will see us spending $1 million. It will start ranging from $1 million to $2 million every single year to do these repairs. The water fund has one debt service instrument. Fortunately, it's not very much money. It's $680,000 is left. This is important, and we do this every year. This is what we have covenants when we take out a loan, and we have to make sure that our budgets are in line with the covenant, and that we have a debt service ratio. It's what it's called. The target is 1.2. We have plenty of room in the water fund. Our current debt service ratio is 15.2. So if necessary, we could take on some debt. Basically what that tells us is we could finance some of these things and take on some debt because we still have room with our debt service ratio. Here's what this looks like graphically, where our expenses are. This one, you want to see the capital a little bit larger. I mean, if you look at this graph, you would ideally see that we spread things a little bit different to where we could have a larger percentage of our budget going to capital. But as we are right now, we'll service the needs of the system. Oh, went too far. Wastewater. Our revenues are projected to be at $8.3 million with $10 million in expenses. The budget does include $1.3 million of capital spending this year. The largest single expense in the sewer fund is our debt service payment. It's $1.5 million on an annual basis. The wastewater fund does have debt. This is to our state revolving fund. We still owe $21 million on the construction of that plant. Here is where it starts getting a little bit dicey. So our debt service ratio is 1.2. We are currently at 1.4 with this budget. So this budget still keeps us above the 1.2, but we need to make sure that we're monitoring it to make sure that we don't fall below the 1.2. Most folks say, oh, that's not that important. Don't worry about it. But guess what? The state came knocking this year, and they're going to audit our debt service ratio for the past several years. I had to give them all of our audits, all of our information. And boy, was I glad that we watch this every single year. You would be surprised how many jurisdictions do not watch their debt service ratio. Here's what our wastewater fund looks like. This one, that magenta slice is the one you'd want to see a little bit lower. You wouldn't want to see your debt service be such a large percentage of your budget, but there's nothing we can do about this. We're stuck with this loan well beyond when I retire and well beyond this council. Okay. Solid waste, this is garbage. So
I'm sure.
What's that?
I'm sure.
Or-
Get it? This is garbage. No, okay.
That
That was a bad joke. Sorry.
So our solid waste fund is, we're going to bring in $4.9 million. Our expenditures are $4.6 million. That is almost entirely our contract with Tri-Cities and Solid Waste Authority. The difference between those two is what we call our franchise fee. It's the benefit that we have or that we get from doing the billing for Tri-Cities. And it also is to help us cover the uncollectible bills. Let's just put it that way. So when our contract says when we do the billing, Tri-Cities is not responsible if somebody skips their bill. We are responsible. So the bad debt belongs to us, not to Tri-Cities. But that's why we have that larger franchise agreement, and we manage our receivables really as tight as we can. Here is what it looks like graphically, that big giant pie. Those are those two contracts, the expenditures that we have. This one doesn't mean a whole lot because it's really a franchise agreement. So our sanitation fund, this is the $6 that has been assessed. It's been in place since 1993. It brings in about $371,000. This budget has $340,000 of expenditures. The stated use for these funds is graffiti removal, animal control, litter maintenance, and environmental safety services. Just to be consistent with what we're doing with graphs, this is what it looks like. Doesn't mean a whole lot. It's basically salaries and the SPCA contract. Because SPCA is paid out of the two funds. It's paid out of the sanitation fund. When we run out of sanitation funds, we dip into the animal control funds. Okay, moving on from our enterprise funds, we have special revenue funds. Special revenue funds are funds, monies that the city receives, and they come with strings attached to them. They can only be used for a specific purpose. I used this example the last time. We're going to give credit where credit is due. A special revenue fund is like receiving a gift card. So if you receive a gift card for Walmart, you can't go use that gift card at Target. You can only use it at Walmart. That's what these funds are. The street funds that we receive can't be used for a home loan program. And a home loan program can't be used to pave the streets. They have to be used for their intended service. And they are audited by the grantor of the funds, whether it be the state of California through gas tax. The state comes and audits us to make sure that we have used our gas tax appropriately. If it's a CDBG grant, the CDBG folks come in because those are federal funds, and federal funds are always audited. And so we are very careful in how we classify and how we spend the monies that come through special revenue. The special revenue categories are streets and transportation, community development, public safety, assessment districts, and then impact fees. All of those funds come with strings. So we just talked about the transportation funds. It's basically our gas tax and our TAMSI Measure X. Community development are program income funds, CDBG grants, and included in this bucket, we're also including the recycled water project. Public safety funds, Proposition 172. The first three are all related to police. The last one is fire. So those first three funds can only be used for police services, and the last one can only be used for fire. Our special districts, we have four, not special districts, assessment districts, the Vineyards, Rancho San Vicente, Diamond Ridge, and Orchard, Mirabel Orchard. The assessments are used for park maintenance and regular street maintenance. So they have, we call them MADs and BADs. Rates are established through an engineer's report on an annual basis and adopted and approved by council annually, then placed on the property tax rolls. And that's how the city gets them to pay for these services. Some of you live in assessment districts. Next is impact fees. The impact fees, that's the last category of our special revenues. These are fees paid by developers, and their intended use is for the impact the development is going to have, the future impact that it's going to have on the city to help cover infrastructure needs and things like that. Impact fees provide us a glimpse of the growth of the city. So while we budget, we look at the projects that we have in the pipeline. This is where we literally throw a dart, so to speak, and we guess what those fees are going to be. And if we hit it, that means that the projects in the pipeline are probably happened. If we exceeded, then we got a lot more projects come forward than what we were anticipating. And if we fall short, then something happened and those projects didn't come to fruition. But they're all held until we have something, and they can only be used for capacity increasing services. They can't be we can't tap into these for putting a new roof on City Hall, because that's repairs and maintenance. If we wanted to expand City Hall, we could use it for the expansion, the increase in the capacity, but you can't use it for infrastructure that already exists. And we do an AB 1600 report every year that the council reviews and approves, gets posted on our website. It lets people know what we have in developer impact fees and what we're planning to use for them, or what we're planning to use them for. Our final fund is our successor agency. This is the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency. 2011, the governor dissolved successor agencies, and effectively February of 2012, the wind down process started. The city of Soledad has completed the sale of all excess property that was held by the successor agency or the former RDA. And we have filed several years ago what we call our last and final ROPS. It's a required obligation payment schedule, which is basically our debt service. So that's the only activity that we have, is paying the outstanding bonds that were used for projects many years ago. We also have the successor housing fund that belongs to the city. That doesn't belong to the state. The successor agency, let me make sure that we clarify that, it's what's called as a private purpose trust. We are basically a trustee for the state of California. The state of California owns that money now. This is one of the rare times that finance gets to kind of tout its, look what we're not just a cost center, we can make money too. We took advantage of refinancing some of our bonds with future savings of over $4 million. That's interest savings that actually will translate into dollars coming to our general fund. So the current 2016 A bond, we just owe $1.1 million on that. It will be paid off in 28, 29. Yay. Woo. The 2016, we have a little bit more time, 32, 33, and we still owe $5.7 million. At the conclusion of that final payment, we will then file yet another document with the Department of Finance, officially dissolving the Soledad RDA. It will cease to exist. Graphically, that's what it looks like. It's 100% debt service. Okay. Future items on the horizon. Our PERS costs are continuing to increase. The good thing is this year we did not see a significant increase because the economy has been doing fairly well in the markets, and PERS earnings were greater than what their budget was. So therefore they didn't pass on yet another layer of unfunded liability. So while it is still expensive, we still have this unfunded liability that's outstanding. A new revenue source needs to be found to restore the unfunded positions and pay for the increase in the fire services. Our deferred maintenance will continue to happen until we have some additional revenue sources or are successful at some grants. And we are always looking for infrastructure grants. The unfortunate thing is most infrastructure grants don't pay for repairs and maintenance. They pay for new infrastructure. And there we have it again, the expiration of Measure Y. And now you're going to see why Measure Y is so important. If Measure Y is not extended and we do not reduce expenses, for example, eliminate the 7 positions and $1 million out of the fire contract, the delta of our expenses and revenues is going to be more than we can sustain. So this is a do nothing scenario, which can't happen because it's not sustainable. The city would cease to, we wouldn't be able to function. So that wraps. So tonight we are recommending that you accept and approve the 2026 fiscal year proposed budget. You authorize the city manager and finance director to realign the 2025-26 budget to reflect the actual revenues and expenditures, to approve the position allocation, to reaffirm the salary schedule, team and their related staffs for their input on the budget and working on it. A lot of time and effort goes into producing this document that's before you. And it's truly a team effort. The recommended budget does present a balanced budget using $444,000 of operating reserves. We hope that it will be less than that, and we will strive to make it less than that, just as we did the last fiscal year. And as a reminder, the 2025-26 budget had an operating deficit of $571,000. And right now, my best projection is we will end better than the budget. So we will not have to use the full $570,000. The city needs to continue looking at sources for funds for ongoing operations and to accommodate the needs for the community. City council should be commended for its actions in the past and its support for maintaining a healthy reserve and establishing the capital infrastructure reserve. While we face challenges for the future, staff is confident that we will be able to face those challenges head on. We will continue to look for ways to better our future and not just simply sit back and be a victim of the economy. With that concludes my presentation. We also have all city staff represented, all city departments represented here. If there are any questions that relate specifically to those departments, they are able to come up and answer those questions.
Thank you, Mike, for that presentation. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation. So what I'll do, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem too, for taking the beginning of the agenda while I was absent. I just want to say I was absent because I was coming from Sacramento and driving, so apologize for being late. What I'll do is let me open it up to those that are joining us here in our city council chambers. If there's anyone that has any questions on the presentation of the budget, if anyone had the opportunity to review the information in the budget binder as well, I will open it up for those that are here in our chambers. And if you'd like to make any comments, if you can come up to the podium, please. Okay, seeing no questions, then I will take it out to see if there's anyone that's joining us via Zoom that has any questions on the presentation and on the budget. So, no, did you make me a panelist? I can't see. Thank you, Diego. Okay, see no hands raised, and I will close public. Oh, I do have a hand raised. Sorry about that. Vanessa, you have your hand raised. Do you want to unmute? And
yes, I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm just with Clean Infusion. We have an approval that's supposed to go through this evening, so I just wanted to make sure you were aware that I was here. That's all.
Oh, okay. So that's for later then in the,
Yes, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Sorry.
that's for later in the agenda.
No, that was, can she hear me?
Vanessa.
Vanessa, that, I thought I explained in my email that, so that was on the consent agenda and that's been approved. So we don't,
You go home.
yeah, it's been approved. And I
Oh,
apologize
okay.
for not making that clear. Right. So it did not get pulled from consent to business.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're
I'm so
fine.
sorry. I did
didn't
not see
realize
that,
you were
Carla.
still there. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, I listened to the whole presentation, but thank you. So then you didn't need me here then anymore.
Nope.
No,
You're,
so
you're
we're
good.
We're good, Vanessa. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So anyone else that would like to make a comment, and this is on our business item number 1, which is in regards to our fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. Okay, so I see no hands raised, so I will close then the comment period for business item number 1. And I will bring it then to the council for comments and questions. So I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
Yes, I just wanted to just make a statement. I just want to recognize all of you guys, staff, Megan, Mike, everyone. I really appreciate what you guys do. And as Megan had mentioned a couple of weeks ago and always says it, they're small but mighty. So you guys always come together and work with these projects, and you guys are going to continue to take over these grant managements and construction management. So I really, really want to stress that to you guys. And so I appreciate everything that you guys do, because without you guys, I don't know where we would be. You know, Mike, thank you so much for your craft, you know, doing the budget, you know, with your crew and just everyone just stepping up. So I just want to say that. Thank you so much. Another thing, just a quick, I mean, I know that you did the presentation last week and we did have questions and you answered them. And thank you for meeting with me on Monday too. My only concern, and so that way I can say it, so that way it can be heard again through YouTube, and because I know there's going to be a few residents that will be listening later. Just a quick question. We heard what the community said in regards to the community engagement. Thank you so much for all those 5 events that you guys participated in. Thank you for engaging Mike and everyone that was out there. Question is, I want to say, is there any cross training? I don't know if Megan, I don't know if you want to answer that, or Mike, like cross training in regards to like the permit clerks to help with, you know, cross training, anything with that manner with the budget. I'm not say budget, but just cross training itself.
Yeah, and Beatrice is welcome to add, but we have one of the things that we did last year was one of our administrative assistants moved to a development technician. And so the two, now we have 2 people that work the permit counter. One specializes more on planning, the other on building, but they do cross train, and when one of them is out, the other can provide assistance. And I don't know if Beatrice wanted to add any additional.
Yes, and I think we're also creating a more streamlined process also when it involves finance or the police department, because some of the permits that we process, even though CED is responsible for the final approval, it requires communications with other departments. So I think in the past, it was easy to do things very manually, and we're trying to streamline now for internal communications to also happen through our data systems. It's a work in progress. But we want to make sure that internally we're also able to stay communicated. so that for the customer at the counter, it can be a one-stop as much as possible. So we're still working on that. I think Ariana, our senior, since she came back as our senior planner, she's been working very diligently with building and planning to make sure that we're communicating with other departments and making the process as efficient as possible, and that people get all of the information up front rather than in pieces when it touches different departments. It's a work in progress, but that's something that we are trying to streamline.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Because I know that they prefer in person. So that's the key.
Yes, that's the other piece from the community survey. We realized that many people, most of the people that participated on the pop-ups, they prefer the in-person services, especially because some of these permits are not permits that people do every year or every month. So we understand that sometimes you need a little bit more of support when you're going through the process. So it was clear to the communities through the community survey that if we were to cut in our department, that in-person assistance is very important to the community. And part of the reason behind the survey is if we need to make cuts, we make sure that we don't cut what is most important to people. And in this case, for our department, it was very clear that the in-person support was very important for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I think if you can answer this question again, Mike, the SPCA amount that we had to pay is 102,000, correct?
In the previous fiscal year,
Yes.
we spent $102,000 on SPCA costs. Yeah, these are animals that were taken either by the city or residents. So it's
So
important for the public to know that even if a resident of the city of Soledad takes an animal to the SPCA, we have to pay for it.
So I'm just going to give you a random scenario. Let's just say we found as a cat and it's like, oh, well, I live in Salinas. Are they going to ask for that address? I mean, it's just a scenario that people are questioning. I mean, it's like, what?
They ask you where you live. I mean, I've not delivered
I
one
don't
or
know.
taken one up there, so I don't know exactly how much they do in vetting
Mhm.
to make sure that you are actually a Soledad resident. But yes,
Okay.
they do ask you where you're coming from.
Okay. All right. Okay. So 102,000 from the last fiscal year. Okay. Just wanted to stress that and say it out loud to the public again. Another thing too, just one other question, because I know I asked this last week. The $6. The $6 was implemented in 1993. What was that? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And so that was, should we, can we go back to that slide, please? So we can,
I don't know, Diego, if you can get there faster, or maybe this will get there. Clear at the end. Sanitation. Nope. Nope. Maybe we could go back this. Right there.
okay, current sanitation fee is $6 per month, which has been in place since 1993. To me, and in my thinking process, is I'm okay to pay 6 months. I mean, I don't think we should increase it if we were going to consider. I just want to state that. So that's all I'm going to say. So no other questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly echo, it's great to have services in person, and I want to thank Ariana. I know that she meets with folks too when they have questions about building and planning, and I know she's helped folks that I know out, so thank you, Ariana. I think you stepped out when we talked about it, but yeah, shout out real quick. But also I think couple quick things. I know for the grant management, we dissolved our contract with Townsend, and so my only like small concern, I think, is because we rely so heavily on grants that there may be grants that we're missing if staff may not have the capacity for. And so I want to make sure that we have some sort of plan to still be able to get grants.
Yes, we kind of have a multi-prong approach. I did want to say that Townsend, it was it was more of a retainer. So sometimes we had a lot of challenges with the quality of the grant writing. And so what was happening is they would alert us to opportunities very late in the process. Then they wouldn't, do such a detailed job. Then it'd come back to us and staff would have to spend a lot of time rewriting it. And I understand because we weren't paying them a lot for the service, but it was not a service that was meeting our needs. We have a couple of things going on. We have a small contract with the former recreation director, and she's been really good at helping us with getting out little grants. So we've been able to get out thus far the Leary Foundation, the Gary Sinise Foundation, the Ekshanish Foundation, and also California Arts and Park grant. Utilizing her for not a lot. I will say less. She's been supporting us significantly less than what the retainer was. So she's been doing that. And then we also have California Consulting that we're working with to do some of the bigger grants that will require support. And we only use them. It's a pay for what you need, and it depends on the size of the grant. Larger grants, we pay more. Smaller grants, we pay less. In terms of public works, we've also used, because public works grants are highly specialized. So we've also used other consultants in the past to do public works grants. We applied for Safe Streets for All, and we were able to use the street funds to cover some of these costs. And sometimes we've been able to use the enterprise funds to cover some of the grant costs for wastewater and water. But the Safe Streets for All, it was at BKF that was I forgot who was our DKS, sorry, associates helped us with that. So we have, and we did that even with the retainer of Townsend. What I think is happening now is the support that we have is much better because we have the specialists, and we're getting so far. I can say, even though we haven't formally submitted from California Consulting, they're just more specialized in those areas. So they're really, helping us. And tonight you just approved us submitting for a planning grant for a community revitalization center. And we're using them for that. And they're just a lot more on top. We still, because we're still involved and we still have to do pieces. And like I said, for smaller things, we still will be using staff to write things. Like I referenced Beatrice and Ariana taking an old unsuccessful grant and improving it and helping it for a successful grant. But I assure you that we're probably being much more aggressive this year on grants than even last year. And so again, we've built into different budgets, not all on the general fund, because if it's a wastewater treatment grant, we can utilize some of that funding in the enterprise fund.
And then just for like the searching of these grants, is that staff that does that then?
Jessica has been doing it, and I have to say it's worked a lot better. Townsend used to do that, but Jessica has been like telling us well in advance, like 3-4 months in advance. Right now she's working with the police department specifically on a couple of things. So she does that. And then we also get some support from California Consulting, and we don't pay for that. They do that as part of the fact that we are one of their signed up for grants as you go, but they give us announcements and they provide that information to us. So it's been working out really well the last couple of months.
So then for clarity context, Jessica's assisting with grants that are outside of just like Parks and Recreation ones, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and just to give a little background, Jessica used to work, she was a nonprofit executive director, so she has a lot of grant experience, and that's why we kept her on. And again, her cost, she's, roughly we're spending about 1,500 a month on Jessica to 2,000, so less than much less than the retainer for Townsend.
And then, oh, yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, Megan, to that. I think the other thing that we need to look at is in terms of grants, because I don't think we've capitalized on the fact that, not just, do we get information or can we get information, from, the contract who we're contracting with right now. But we also have opportunities to get information because they come into all of our legislative offices. So we get all of those state grants that are coming in for those opportunities. And I think I keep sending you guys some of that information as well. There was a big grant that came in for recreation and I forwarded it to you guys. So the legislative offices, I think, are really another source that we can also rely on to be able to send us some of that information, at least on the state and the federal side. We should tap into that too, because they have access to all of that information. And we should really make an effort to ensure that we're capitalizing on that, to ensure that we're looking at those big grants that are becoming available through our legislative offices as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I do want to let council know, because I think in terms of grants to be aware, and I already protested this, but we're losing our disadvantaged status. They call it DAC or DAC status. And it actually means that a lot of state grants we are no longer eligible for. So there was a big the recreation one is one of those examples where because we are no longer considered a DAC, we weren't able to apply.
So we can have a discussion on that later, because I know we submitted to Rivas's office for assistance and we have to him on that. But sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to make sure we added that because that is a big piece of the grant opportunities.
Thank you. And then my next questions have to do with like our recreation department. I know that we are not going to be funding part-time staff and we're going to have reduction of temporary staff. And I know we utilize those a lot over the summer.
Yeah, and I'll let Anna talk about the details, but we are continuing to fund our part-time staff. It's just that we're reducing the overall amount, but Anna could talk a little bit about her staffing reduction plan.
Yeah, so we're looking at what communities said through that survey, and try to make sure that we keep those things that are important. So we're exploring different mechanisms, whether it's, opening later one day because we don't see as many people come in through that period of time, or shifting to a seasonal where we're open longer during the summer where it's really busy, and minimizing and reducing hours maybe during the winter because it's dark at 5 and we don't see a lot of activity. So more to come.
Because I know that we utilize maybe some of that staffing over the summer too to provide just like checking in and stuff like that too. And I know we pride ourselves in hiring like our students when they're out of school. So I just wanted to get a little bit more context or clarity on that.
Yeah, and the goal is to continue to employ as many young people as possible. We're also exploring, what are those things that we as staff can do to minimize the impact to part-time staff.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention, the budget and some of these programmatic, recommendations you can make, because the budget is it doesn't tell us exactly when we need to spend it. So if council provides the direction, we have a part-time, line item for staffing. But if council says, you know what, please, we really think you should make sure that summer staffing is higher and then maybe drop off during the year. Those are recommendations. We kept that this summer, and so we're on the other side now of summer, but in the future for next summer, if that's a recommendation, we have the flexibility in the budget to do that. And with Anna's, support, and she can continue to do surveying of our clientele and our residents about what is the best for them.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then for another one is just the city council budget. I'm going to give myself a shameless shout out for participating in the reduction due to foregoing my council compensation. I believe Mayor Velasquez has done the same. But I also had a different question. I know that it says in here for what is it? Special events, 6,000. Is that the 1,200 that we would each get per district?
Yep.
Okay. I would like to see a plan on how we can use it. I think we've asked for that in the past, and so that way it's clear for council how we can utilize those funds and maybe some recommendations from staff on what might work best.
Yeah, and we can definitely do that, but actually I think we would look to council, and maybe that's a discussion item that we can bring back. We could let you know how other cities are doing an engagement and come up with some ideas, but I think that's your flexibility, and you guys can really dictate that.
And then this might be an unpopular opinion with council, but I know that we have some line item for travel, meetings, and trainings. And I don't know if it would make sense to do that, just given where we are with the budget, but that's just kind of where I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, and just so you know, like, again, it's a pretty broad category, but if you guys decide and have direction that maybe you want to put it towards community-based trainings or opportunities in the community, that the budget allows for that flexibility. And so by approving the budget tonight, you still have the opportunity to dictate how you want the training done. We could even bring in a trainer and train all the council member instead of doing the travel. One thing though I would recommend is maybe preserving the ability for the training of the newest council person, because we'll have a District 2 person who won't have the benefit of going to the Cal League of Cities training, which I think is very helpful. So you might want to consider to at least have that training.
Yeah, just kidding. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. And then I think my other items were just, I know we talked a lot about like our different fees that we charge folks, water, gas, etc. And so I know that there's been concern, I think, from our older population that are retired, that are on a fixed income. So it'd be great to have some sort of engagement with them and partnering with any community resources that may provide some assistance for folks. I know that we have a community engagement department that maybe be able to assist with that, and then maybe do some engagement that's outside of social media too for this older population. I know in just talking with folks for different reasons, that's something that I've heard pretty consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to put Anna on the spot, but she's been really both Anna and Eric have been looking at ways to bring more resources, and I know she wants to do more programming with seniors, and she's talked about making sure that the community center becomes that kind of resource hub. So I know I don't want to speak for you, but I am, I guess, inadvertently.
I mean, we've certainly heard the need from the seniors, and I think Soledad is lucky to have a group that is very active and willing to take on some challenges. And we certainly want the community center to be that hub, not only for seniors, but for families and farm workers and just the city to access resources and services.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to just have conversations with the county so that they can provide some of these resources and connections. What was that?
Siri.
Steven, yeah.
I agree. And we are exploring partnerships with, Alliance on Aging and service providers to come on this way and even have office hours if needed at the community center.
Awesome, thank you. And then I know that we had a conversation about taxes and how we can't raise the taxes. And I asked Mike, that's because we're a general law city, so we can't just go out there and go above 10% like these bigger cities, right? So that's fun to know. I don't know, right?
Yeah, Mike,
Sorry, last-
Mike,
It was more like a comment really than a question, right? Well, the comment that we can't go over that certain tax percentage because we're a general law city, right? Is that why?
Well, the state of California, you're talking about sales tax.
Yeah.
So state of California, CDTFA
Mhm.
is the one, the agency that monitors sales tax in the state of California.
Mhm.
And the base sales tax is 7.25%.
Mhm.
Each local jurisdiction is able to go 2% above the base. We are already at 2%.
But how come some cities have gone above 10%?
Because they've asked for permission. And in South County, we have one city, the city of Greenfield.
Oh.
So the city of Greenfield, I believe, don't be there either at 9.5 or 9.75. And they did not ask the state. They were already at their 2% cap when the county wanted to pass its countywide initiative. And in order for the county to go forward with its initiative, the county asked for permission on behalf of the city of Greenfield to exceed that 2% cap. That's why they were.
And just for the record, I'm just asking, I'm not advocating that we do that, just for the public's sake. Cool. I think that's all of my stuff.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to Councilmember Cabrera.
My first question has to do with the impact on training. In your presentation, you said that there's a reduction of training, and I would like to know how is that going to impact people, our staff, if are they going to miss any important trainings, or do we have already a plan into what can we eliminate and what can we maintain?
We do. So first, the training budget was not eliminated. What we eliminated was what we call the discretionary training. So all required mandated training will continue to happen. Our police officers, our public safety force will continue to have all training that is mandated that they have, as well as our public works employees who have certifications that are mandated for renewal and so forth. Those will all take place. But for example, if I want to take a training class on how to learn and be better at Excel, I would not be able to go to that this year. So I will look for other means to try and find that. What we are going to do is try and work better internally to find experts to help within the staff and do some other, other forms of training to help develop. But we're going to ratchet back on the training that is not required.
Okay. So does that include us, like that different conference that we went to?
Well, you do have a budget within the council budget.
Okay.
That was kind of the discussion that we just had. You can choose to go to the league, or as was suggested, maybe we scale that back. We can. I completely agree with the city manager that we need to preserve some money for the new council member who will be joining. It's very important that they get that new council member training.
With that in mind, I noticed that in the budget for council, in the salary area says $28,000. Is that that total amount for?
That is not the total amount. That is only
Okay.
the portion that hits the general fund.
Oh.
Because just like many other employees within the city or within the city hall, portions of your salaries are charged to the enterprise funds because you take action and you support the water fund and the sewer fund. So we allocate a portion of your salaries to those funds as well, because you support those.
Oh, nice. My next question is also for you. So I see in almost every report the professional service fees. And I was wondering if that professional service includes consultants, or what is it, what does it include? Because I saw in a couple of them like $300,000. So is that the consultants, or?
They are consulting contracts that we have.
Okay.
And for example, in the HR budget this year, our professional services we have a little bit of money in there because we know we're going into negotiations with all of our bargaining units. And we may need to engage somebody to help work on a special project. If we don't need the money, then we're not going to spend it, but we're budgeting for it.
With those services, we talk about the what is it there? We were just talking about something, but anyway, do we have anything that we can do in-house, like the grant writing or other things that we can do in-house?
So those are the things that we're trying to do. So we've reduced our professional services budget because we're hoping to not spend so much money on the professional services for mostly the grant administration, where we will have staff do that, and we will charge the staff time to the administration of that, or to that specific grant. And that therefore it reduces the expenditure on the general fund.
Okay.
Through the chair, one thing I wanted to mention is that we're also benefiting because sometimes we're doing services in the case of like Mike, he gets a small percentage because he's supporting the Salinas Valley Broadband Authority. And it's not a lot, but it's helping towards his salary costs. And of course, we're getting reimbursed for the Haciendas project. So we have up to 60,000 that will come back to my costs and Carla's costs and Don's costs. So those are how we're also getting some funding through these kind of relationships that also support us. And then just real quick, I did want to mention a lot of construction management is Alex is doing more of it, and we're just reducing our reliance on consultants to do things that are more specialized. Like in the case of the slurry seal, he's going to do the project management, but the labor compliance and the inspections would be contracted out instead of the entire construction management portion. So that's an example.
And just for clarification, in several items that has the salaries, it has a lot less than what we know that is, and that is because portions of the salary comes from different sources, right?
That is correct, because if somebody is supporting, let's say, streets and roads, we will charge a portion of their salary to the streets and roads money that we receive. Likewise to the enterprise funds, if we're supporting those the administration of those enterprise funds. You think of it like if the water fund was its own separate entity and it was by itself, wasn't owned by the city, it would have an executive director, it would have a finance team, it would have all of those things. So essentially we're charging off an overhead to those enterprises, to those businesses for the administration of those services.
Talking about water. So in operations and sanitations, way at the bottom in the graph, there is a surplus, and it has negative numbers. Could you give me
on the actual?
Yes.
Okay.
So for instance, I'm looking at the item for what is it? Sanitation at the bottom has a report surplus deficit, and it has 1 million in negative, 1,043,968.
On the sanitation?
Yes. It's not way at the bottom. Well, yes, it's way at the bottom in the report, in the summary. If you go to number 4.
Do you know what the page?
Page 12.
Number 4, page 12, 11 and 12. But if you go to number 4, and also in number 2, number
Okay,
2 and number
that-
4.
I apologize. That's a sheet that actually should not be in the binder.
Okay.
It actually is a summary of all, that particular page is a summary of all the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So if you look at it for the sanitation line, it
Uh-huh.
actually has a surplus of $34,000. But we have the largest deficit in the wastewater of 1.6 million, where we're actually using reserves to do the capital projects. But I apologize.
Could you say that again?
So on that summary sheet,
Yes.
that is a summary of all 4 enterprise funds.
Okay.
So if you look at them, it lists the 4 different funds, 309, 310, 311.
309.
On the
309. I think am I looking at the right?
Oh, I'm sorry, on the next, go one page more where
Uh-huh.
you're looking.
Okay. Yeah.
See, that total is the summary of all of the funds, of all the enterprise funds.
It's under 25, 26, 26. Because
Under the 26, 27,
uh-huh.
that's where you're seeing that, like the total is the negative million.
Yes.
But sanitation is 34 to the positive, 34,000.
Oh, the one on the top.
Yeah.
Okay. So the water operations is the one that
It's the sewer.
is sewer.
And that fund has a reserve of about $13 million.
Yeah, I
And
saw that.
We're using,
So that's
we're
why I was-
using $1.6 million of that reserve. That's what the reserve is
For
for,
the- for
to do the
balancing.
capital projects.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking, man,
Yeah.
we have so much money.
No, no.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Caldera.
Mike, thank you so much for all the work you're doing and you did. I do have a couple of questions here. I know, and I'm not for reduction of staff, but I mean, we're talking about reduction of services, right? You know, so we do have, I was looking at the customer service utility billing technician. So what does that person do?
So the customer service, the utility customers, those are the 2 ladies that are up front at the front counter. They are the ones that are actually doing the billing, processing the shutoffs. They also process our business licenses, and they handle all of the front counter transactions that come in when a resident wants to pay for a garage sale permit or they're paying for services from the police department.
Okay, so do they take the water bills also, or they don't? Because I had a question on a couple of people that, well, a few people that were asking about paying the bills here and they wouldn't take.
We do not take payments at City Hall. We have not taken payments at City Hall for a number of years.
Yes.
Probably close to 10 now or more.
Yeah.
We offer online services. We offer pay by check. You can mail that to our lockbox. If you pay by cash, you can pay at 2 businesses downtown. You can pay by cash. As a reminder to everybody, one of the things that we did when we consolidated our online service portal, we eliminated the service fee for utility bills, that transaction fee, the cost for the percentage for the credit card usage, and most importantly to our commercial accounts, we eliminated the maximum that you could pay, which was $400. So for example, if we had a business, a commercial account that had a $1,600 utility bill, they had to make multiple payments and be charged that service fee for every payment. That has been eliminated and they can just make one payment.
That's good. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. And I'm glad you mentioned that because people I know they're watching right now or they're gonna watch later on, and at least it clarifies that. You know,
Through the chair, I did want to make one also acknowledgement. We have moved when we brought Mike on, we eliminated our contract with the accounting firm who used to do our AP services, and now we do them all internally with the support of those staff. So they're, entering in all of our checks that go out and help process that. I don't know if you wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and it like on paper here, it almost looks like it's redundant. The some of the job classifications here. Because I know we have two here, and then what's that other one? Administrative. Oh my glasses came. The second one, assistant, and then it goes down the list. Community engagement person, and it just goes down the list over here. So are those, and I'm not saying they're not necessary, but I mean, those, I know people are gonna be looking at those positions like that, and that's something that we might want to look into. I mean, and like I said, I want to remove or suggest to remove anybody, but I mean, that would be something that people were, I'm sure, get into.
So just to clarify, the organization chart is all approved positions, which includes the positions that we are not funding. So there are positions that are on that organization chart, because what I said in my comments about the budget presentation, we are not eliminating those positions. We're just not funding them.
Okay, so they're not. Okay.
So there are all those positions that we are not funding are also listed on the organization chart, because it is our hope that as we find revenue sources, we will be able to restore those positions.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that, because I mean, I'm sure that when they hear this, and they see the list of the people on the chart here, they're gonna question that, and if they're not filled, okay, I think that clears that.
And one clarification I did want to make, it's very, I think we want to be careful about laying off staff. And so what we did is we unfunded vacant positions. In some cases, these are positions that will be hard to fill and take some time anyhow. But the goal is to come back. Hopefully our financial situation at mid-year looks different. And our goal would be to come back and say, okay, we have the opportunity to bring these positions back. And we're also looking at, departments are looking at how to realign the needs with the staffing that they have. So it's possible that later in the year, as we're sort of looking at where we stand, that some positions are modified to address what the needs are. But of course, that takes a lengthy process, because we have to go through the unions and we have to make sure that, and come back to council to ask for those changes. So I do expect that there might be later in the year some adjustments as departments dig into hearing what the community needs are and looking at what they have on staff and what their needs are. So
and by no means did I mean to or did I suggest any elimination of positions, but I mean, I think it would have been a little bit more of maybe an explanation there of what positions were filled and what were not. And this way people will see that and say, hey, cities working with the budget and with the skeleton crew more than anything. So I think it by explaining that, and by the way you explained it, I think people will hear that. And
I think that's a
see
good
that we-
suggestion. And I think what we'll do is, before we publish this on our website as the budget, we will update the organization chart and actually put in those boxes the positions that are being unfunded in this budget.
Exactly. Yeah.
And Councilmember Caldera, if you don't mind, thank you for bringing that up. I also noticed, because in not so much in the organizational chart, but you also gave us those other positions. And I'm used to, when you look at those positions, that you actually zero out or at least highlight or asterisk to say, these positions are unfunded. So you can see the total number of what we're actually budgeting, right? The positions that we actually are approving that are being approved with this budget cycle, which don't include those positions because we're not approving those. They're not accounted in the budget because we're not counting them in the budget, Megan. So those weren't listed there. So it looks like we're approving all those positions, even though we're saying that we're not funding those during this budget cycle, but there's still, I think that was a confusion because you still see them there as well. So there's no way to distinguish whether you gave us this org chart or the other one where we're unfunding those positions. So I think either here or there, it needs to be shown somewhere.
And we can do both. We can put an asterisk. We do want to make sure that the positions are listed because they are authorized positions. We're just not funding them. If to zero them out and have them go away, we lose some of our tracking of what the authorized workforce is from year to year. So we certainly can perhaps highlight them. We can asterisk them with a footnote on the schedule that says these positions are unfunded for this fiscal year.
I guess with all that, that was my question. Thank you so much, Mike. And I'm good.
Through the chair, there's a really nice a footnote in the description of all the positions at the bottom that says 1, 2, 3. And I was looking at it, what is the 1, 2, 3? And I went and it's approved by this time and all of that. Maybe just adding that note saying that is, although it is mentioned, is not funded, so therefore not active.
And we can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And for me, Mike, I just think because the org chart and the positions is where you want to list those, where that's kind of where I feel it needs to be highlighted, because that's where I'm used to seeing it, where you look at those positions. And if you're looking at your binder, I go to these pages to see where's my org chart and where's the list of all the positions that we approved for that year, where you could see clearly this is funded, this is not funded. So so thank you for noting that. I do have a question though, in terms of and I want to go back to something that you had mentioned, Megan, in these positions, and going back to, we're not funding them, but coming back mid-year and the positions may be filled. Mike, you can stay here. Because I do want to make sure that we are still, understanding that we're still operating in a structural deficit, and we have been since last year. So being able to recognize that one of what you made it clear throughout the presentation is that staffing has been one of the challenges, and staffing as equally as, maintenance of our facilities is the other challenge that we face as well. And some of the other things that we don't have control over. But if staffing we know is one of the challenges, and I think we have to be very cautious about having positions not funding today and then coming back mid-year and saying we're going to reinstate some of those positions, instead of saying we're going to take this year, really look at, how can we bring back, or as you said, maybe not expend all of that 444, but become more solvent this year. And then maybe next year, look at where we're at, and then think about those positions that we didn't fund this year, and then bring that back in the next fiscal year to be able to have a better understanding of where we're at fiscally, because we don't want to be in this position. I mean, we're going to be in this position if we don't find that $1 million, right? So with that understanding is really being cautious. At least that's, my concern in terms of where we're still at, where we have a balanced budget before us, but we still have a structural deficit.
So I did want to clarify my comment. I didn't necessarily, I probably should have spoken a little clearer. I meant over time, there's going to be some natural attrition. And there may be at that time mid-year, let's say we lose a couple of more positions, we may come back and say, for example, there's a police officer position that's vacant. And I know some of you expressed concern about that. We might say, oh, well, this person left, now given that maybe we have the room in the budget to reconsider putting back this position, or it might be we have this position filled, but it's not quite exactly benefiting the department. They have these needs. So we might come back and not really change the money piece, but change what they do. And that needs to come back to council for approval through the salary and job classifications. And those are adjustments that can be made at mid-year with the understanding of whatever structural deficit we continue to have. So I'm sorry if it sounded like I'm saying, oh, we have the money, let's get a bunch of positions. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. I'm just like, just with that understanding of where we still stand in terms of our budget. So thank you for clarifying that. So I do have a couple of questions. And I know I had questions last time, Mike, and thank you. I met with you and I still had questions. So I know, obviously this is our time to be able to really understand the budget, know where we're at, make sure that our residents also understand where we're at and being able to determine clearly. This is one of our big responsibilities as council. I'll go back to, I do want to review on the council. I know on the council budget, there was already a couple of items that were clarified for me, but I do have under the membership dues on tab 2, there's 58,347 under membership dues. So I know we pay money to Cal Cities because we're a member of Cal Cities, but what other memberships do we have? I mean, can we look at deferring, not being some members, or I mean, what is it? Are we mandated to be members of some of these organizations?
Yes.
Cal Cities, obviously, I know we have to, but other organizations that we pay dues to.
It's mandated. It's like LAFCO,
Okay.
MBARD, I'm forgetting
We
some.
pay TAMSI.
TAMSI,
Oh.
AMBAG. I'm probably forgetting, but it's all of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why it's so high.
got it. Thank you. And then I'll make a comment on the travel and training as well. And I think I'm going to say this as well, that I agree that I think we should do a reduction on the training and keep for the District 2 representative for them to attend the Cal Cities training. I think that is really beneficial. But I think if we ask the departments, and I think across the board, they had to trim 10%, right, of all of their budgets. I think it's really important for us to be able to look at that as well as a council, to be able to trim our budget as well. And looking at, I think most of us have attended Cal Cities. And unless there's something different, that we take that into consideration as well, to be able to trim some of that down. And then looking at the special events on the council, doing the different events for the council, for the districts and in the districts and the mayor as well for the citywide. Megan, I think, I know I had asked for this as well, and it's probably been now more than a year, is to be able to really have a plan. And I think that's really important in terms of a community engagement plan to bring back to the council for approval, that we can make recommendations. And I know it is a council decision, but I also think that there has to be some recommendations in terms of what is allowable according to what we are able to do with the use of public dollars. At the end of the day, these are public funds that have to really align with the goal of the city council and communications with our residents. And I'll take a little bit, a privilege to this, because I know this is part of what I used to do before. And so doing the community engagement piece with neighborhood services and really outreach to the community, I think it's really important. But I think having a plan to be able to say these are, the 2 or the 3 different functions that we're going to do, whether it's a community listening session, whether it's a community cleanup, and that it's going to be the same kind of event that's going to be afforded and provided to each of the council members in the district. I think it's really critical. So there's that equity piece that's going to come to the city council, and that it's going to be, at least in terms of what the staffing capacity is going to be. You only have 1 person, and I think that needs to be also taken into account, and the planning has to also be taken into account. So I think it's important to be able to bring back a plan that has some information in terms of what are some of the activities that are feasible, given the staffing and given the limitations.
Yeah, and we can, I think probably the one thing is the budget's sort of the bucket, but the detail can come back. And that can be for the council, we can come back, you know, maybe not the 2nd of September, but maybe the 16th of September with some ideas and then you can provide that direction. Especially on your budget, I think it is fine to adopt the sort of big picture because these are buckets, but even within some of the line items, you have some ability to redirect some of those costs. And like I mentioned before, maybe training becomes you want to do more information for the public within that line item. We can even move some of that travel budget into training for the public. So I would suggest maybe not messing too much around with the numbers because I think the numbers are, it still gives you the flexibility to direct the resources in the better way that you want us to utilize them. So some of the things that you're asking us to do, if you approve the budget, we can come back and you can decide how those 1,200 per person can be utilized
Okay.
as a group.
Okay.
And same with the training budget as well.
Okay, thank you. I just, my only problem is I know we've approved the budgets before, we've asked for some of this before, and it hasn't came back. So I just want to make sure that if we approve this tonight, we have the flexibility, but this will come back. We're able to move some of this around. And it doesn't mean that we approve it tonight and then we can't come back and say, this is what we wanted to do, and it's forgotten.
Absolutely. At the council level, you are approving this is one way to look at it. You're approving the total appropriation of the general fund. And what we do internally with our departments is we say the appropriation that's been approved by the council is the bottom line of each department. They have the flexibility to move things between the supplies and services line items. They don't have the flexibility to move salaries and benefits. Those are fixed costs, right? Those are controlled by finance. But within your supplies and services, if they say, I don't think I'm going to use the full 2,000, I want to move it to this other category as long as we don't exceed the appropriation made by the council.
Okay, thank you. And what are the council grants? So there's 5,000 in council grants. What is that used for?
211.
Yeah, United Way. It's again an obligation that all cities have for the
That's
United
a
Way.
single item
211.
on that line item.
Oh,
We
really?
all-
We still do that?
Yeah, every city.
Okay, thank you for reminding me about that. Okay, thank you for that. So, I think that's, let me see, I think I had, want to make sure. Okay, well, I think on that one, I'm good. Thank you, Mike, for that. And just, I know you said it because Councilmember Cabrera asked about this, but the 20 million, you said that's for the negotiation fees for the unions, but that gets into our bucket?
No, that is actually mostly translation.
Oh, the 20,000?
The 20,000.
20,000.
I was like,
20,000.
You know what? I was in the high-speed rail meeting today and everything is billions and billions. 20 million, I mean, 20,000.
Doesn't, yeah.
That's okay. So that's
that's
translation.
primarily for translation
Yeah.
services.
Okay.
Yes. I was like, wow, you got a different sheet than I remember.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And then I want to look at the tab for the police department. So can we go to that one? So Mike, on the police department one, I know I asked last time in terms of, oh, and before I leave this one, I just want to say again, I want to tell the residents, because I know that there was a lot of concerns about the budget and we went out for Measure A and all of that. And I just want to say to the staff, to our residents, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo, I know we deferred our salaries. And I think what the intent for us deferring our salaries was we wanted to also ensure that our residents knew that we knew we were in a budget deficit, and making sure that not only was our team having to look at cutting 10% of the department budget, but also we were going out and asking our residents to also dig into their pockets, that it was important for us to also dig into our pockets and look at how we can contribute into the deficit. So we chose to defer our salaries. So we're doing this for free until the end of the year. We're not getting paid. So I just want to make sure that our residents know that, because making sure that we had a balanced budget and making sure that we contributed to the city and that the city was solvent was critical for us. So I just want to make sure that I say that. So going. Yeah, excuse me, Councilmember Cabrera. So my point of information was it's my turn to do the budget information. So I want to make sure that I'm clear to the residents, because we were under the council portion of it. And before I left the council section, I wanted to ensure that I made that statement, because it is in the council report as part of that section. So now I want to go into the police portion of it. So thank you. Okay, so under the police budget, I know I had asked a question in regards to the department making sure that there was sufficient staffing in terms of the department with what we had. I know there's obviously one police officer position that's going to be frozen, I guess, not funded. So I wanted to make sure that I heard a little bit more about the department's budget, and from both of you, are we, the staffing levels, are we okay with the staffing levels with not funding one police officer position?
Yes, we are currently on our operations level. We are currently operating at an acceptable level. An additional officer would be very beneficial with our investigations. As you may know, we've had a recent crime throughout the city. It's very beneficial to have that extra body when that time comes to assist us in investigations. But currently, we are doing okay.
And quickly, I do want to mention that we are working with the city manager and assistant city manager to look at options in the future of once availability is there to make sure we fund that officer. Again, the safety and security of the city is our priority, so we are working with them. Like the chief said, ideally we would want that position, but again, we're working to make sure the city's needs are met. Again, in response to everything seen on social media, we just want to make that clear that it is an attempt from the new administration to be as transparent and clear with the public. So it may seem like crime is significantly rising, but this is also the police department being as transparent as we can with the community, showing them, hey, this is occurring in Soledad. Let's work together to solve this issue.
And in terms of your community service officers and also the impact we had with, I mean, that was one position that's going to be frozen as well, or not funded, saying frozen, not funded as well. You have 3, there's going to be 1. So you're going to, and there's 1, so you're going to be left with 2. They're very active out in the community as well for different purposes. So is that going to impact the department?
No, it shouldn't impact the department. In fact, our officers are also trained to assist the code enforcement officers, in particular in cases in reference to like parking issues, things of that nature. So we're team oriented, and we do our best with cross training that we had talked about earlier. So we definitely do that as well with code enforcement.
And to piggyback off the chief, we also had a meeting actually today regarding issues with animal control, which is a big topic. And I know Mike already said this, but the SPCA fines are hurting us significantly. What we're doing as administration, as well with the city manager, assistant city manager, is we're going to start pushing out education to our community to explain the fees that go into housing an animal from SPCA, and just highlighting that too, that reduction in that can then be spread out throughout the department. But losing or freezing one position right now for the code enforcement isn't going to hurt. It's just we have to figure out how to wear multiple hats now and have our officers kind of step up.
Okay, so in terms of staffing wise, then based on the two positions that will be stated to be frozen or not funded, the department's going to be okay.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. And then I know we talked about technology concerns, and obviously there's a lot of grants that are being submitted in terms of some of the technology. And I just have to say, because I know we just had a tour in terms of the facilities, and I know Megan's looking into, well, going to be looking into some of making sure that that becomes, when there's going to be more grants trying to be looked at, to be able to ensure that there's funding availability for some of those improvements at some point for facilities.
Thank you.
Yes. So, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I would recommend that if we do have some additional funding, we might want to earmark it to the police facilities, because we are having a lot of issues right now where we may actually have to do a potential budget amendment because their air conditioning is not working. And we might be coming back either on the 2nd or the 16th we have to replace 2 air conditioning units. So we might want to just prioritize that, because really their offices are the most challenged in the city right now.
Megan, so when we get ready to do that, I'd like to do that recommendation to prioritize that earmark for the police facilities for the air conditioning. And I don't know if anyone has taken a tour of the police department, but just being able to see the conditions in terms of the facilities, and especially where some of our lieutenants sit in the air conditioning, the lack, I would say, of the air conditioning is it's not good. And it's important to be able to ensure that all of our employees have a place where they can come and they have those amenities where it's a good working environment. So I think for me, council, I would recommend, if you haven't gone, please tour the police department, but to really prioritize that as an earmark if there's a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then my last is on the public works.
And Don had an emergency, so I'll be Alex's backup. So and Carla is also here. I am sorry, Carla.
Thank you, Carla, and thank you, Megan as well, and Alex for being here. So I know the presentation talked about a couple of the projects that were slated to be part of our CIPs for 27-28 that are going to be funded. So I asked this to Don last time, and I know he said we had capacity to be able to do the projects that were slated to be done. I do, Alex, just have some concerns, because I know when I was looking back at my documents for the CIP workshop that we had, and I really want to make sure, as for the council for future, that we have I know we've had a separate budget workshop or a separate CIP workshop, that hopefully that continues to happen, because I know our CIPs are really critical in making sure that we do that. Take that time to really look at all of those CIP projects. But there was one of the projects that was supposed to be completed in 24-25. It's now part of our 27-28 that didn't get done 2 years ago. And so my concern is just for the projects that are being listed to be completed this year, just the assurance that there's going to be a timeline. Is that something that's going to come back to the council in terms of the timeline when all these projects that, if we approve those tonight, that they're going to come back with some sort of timeline of when those are going to be moved forward? Obviously, some of them are going to require to go out to RFP. Some of those are already in the works, when that's going to be completed. So at least there's some kind of visibility about these projects that we're going to implement if we approve tonight, and a timeline to be able to see when they're going to be done. Some of them have timelines because they come with grants, and we have to meet the deadlines of expending the funds. So I think for me, just the visibility of being able to see that in a timeline is going to be really critical to ensure that there's one capacity and that they're going to be completed on a timely manner.
Through the chair, I think what we really did is we worked with Public Works, Mike, Howard, and I, to strip down to the ones that are already, they're either urgent or already moving forward. And a good example is West Street. It's already in construction. And so it could be completed this year. That's the schedule, but it may move a little bit into 27, 28. But West Street would be one. The recycled water project, which is a significant amount, is also one that's fairly far down the pike, and we will finish with I think we'll finish by March, because we're going to have to do a chlorine injection service, but actually the piping is pretty much done.
That is correct.
So so that one's gotten on the meter project. We're actually not as much as we need to do, but we have been replacing meters. I actually went out with Mo and I helped replace a meter, so now I know how to do it. So we are working on that, and we're going to accelerate it. We probably will come back with an additional help, because it will be hard for our water team to do it by themselves, because we're looking at replacing about 1,000 meters each year over 3 years. So a lot of these projects are in the works. We actually, the clarifier, I believe, is on this plan, and you just approved it in consent. So that's moving forward. We already ordered the equipment. We have
The landscape.
the landscape one that's coming as a business item. So everything on there is actually really pretty much in the works. The only things that I think are a little bit, might move a little bit slower is the water meter one that I mentioned, but our goal is to really get that one moving. And I think there was a donation for that we are going to have to need to work for the Veterans Park sign, so that will have to work to get donations and see what we can do to get that done. But I think pretty much everything on that list is already in the works. And we did move, you referenced some items that got moved back, and we did move those back because we have such a heavy work program, which is the success of the grants this year. And so we have to prioritize getting those projects done. But there might be a little bit of bump into next fiscal year, but for the most part, I think a lot of these projects are lined up to complete this year. And I don't know if Alex or Carla wanted to add anything, but
I did just want to add the fact that when we do big, large construction projects like West Street, recycle water, we do run into delays associated with weather. I don't know if you guys heard, but we're expecting a relatively wet winter. So we're doing our best to get, of course, in front of that. And we're trying to do our best to, if we do end up having to work through the weather and it's raining, it's, kind of the public right away. And it's mostly work at the plant where, rain doesn't necessarily affect what they do. So with all that being said, things like that do prolong the schedule, but not by much. So we'll do our best to just make sure we keep honest to our CIP.
And point of clarification, if I may add, we don't want to also, with all these projects that are being met, it's also part of the strategic plan. But we don't want to overwork our our staff as well with all these projects that are being met. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Banuelos. And I think that's part of my concern, right? That there's a lot of projects and being able to, one, ensure that they're realistic, and two, that we have the capacity and the staffing to be able to complete those projects. So, and I know CIPs are always, I mean, we've always kind of had some challenges with them, but making sure that they are realistic. I know the other conversation, Alex, that we've had as well, because some of them are going to be, especially the ones that are going to entail a little bit more, like the, shoot, I just had it on top of my brain. The West Street, which is going to have a lot of traffic impacts.
Yes.
And that's going to be a longer project that I know we've talked about. You guys have done a good job, but I think that it's really factored into the schedule and the timeline is really having that communication with our residents to ensure that we have a plan and that it's not, that it's being proactive instead of reactive. That, you know, it's part of, you know, the whole process as we're starting the project, right? That there is a communications plan with our residents to be able to know when is it going to impact them. You know, I know we worked with you guys have worked with contractors to ensure that they don't start, you know, especially if they're going to do work during the weekdays when the kids are in school, that they don't start before the 7 o'clock start time. And so that all of that is taken into account, especially on those big projects, and that's part of like the checklist that we're working with. So there's going to be impacts, but at least that we're trying to minimize the things that we're able to, that those are part of those conversations. And also that there's, and I know Dawn has done a good job of this also, but that we also have budgeted funding to be able to put up the signs so our residents know, like, hey, this is funded with, if we have whatever it's funded with, right? But that we let them know this is a project, this is a timeline, it'll be done by this time. And I think that's really important because there's visibility for our residents to know that, you know, the city is working on all these projects and this is when they're scheduled to be completed. And there's that constant communication with our residents.
If I just may, we recently had a quick conversation with the folks at San Benito Townhomes, where they have that big, large development there. We were able to talk to Maria. I'm not sure if you guys know Maria. We just want to go touch base and say, hey, we're coming up the street. We're working our way up, and just know we'll do our best not to impact you guys, but anything that comes our way, rest assured we'll reach out. So we're doing our best to not only send out just mass notifications, but getting to know the individuals who oversee these, you know, properties or these residents and help, you know, kind of do that outreach. So we do understand. And I know construction is a big, you know, disruptance, and we're trying our best to limit it overall.
Yeah, and you could, I mean, and there's a lot going on when people say we're not doing road work. There's a lot of road work construction that's being done, right? So I think but just, I mean, people are gonna get concerned, and of course, you know, but I think the more that we can do to communicate, they'll still get upset, but the more that we can communicate, the better, right?
Of course.
And I think those signs really work because at least people know, hey, you know what, this is when they're stated to complete the project. So it'll be uncomfortable, but there's a deadline. So I think that's really good. And then just the, so I think that was just for me on the CIPs. Just one is making sure it's realistic, and then that we have a timeline for when the projects are going to be completed. So at least the council can see this is kind of on the CIP list. This is a projected timeline. And I know everything can change, but at least there's some projections. And then I do have a question, and I think this is more on for Carla, but are we still doing on the sludge? Because there was a lot of costs that we were transporting our sludge to out. Are we, is that still?
So we're in the second year of the 2-year contract with Synagro to haul off sludge. You know, we have trailers that come, well, for a while there, they were coming every day, and that there was a really large bill. I think it was for June. This last round, the latest bill we had was about, you know, a quarter of that, because there was it goes through kind of waves where they get a bunch of solids built up in the sludge stabilization basins, and then they press and it just, get it out. And then like right now we're not pressing anything. So there's no trucks coming for the last couple of weeks. So it kind of high and low. But yeah, the contract with Synagro is ongoing, would end the end of this fiscal year. And then we would have to figure out, do we want to renew, but the solids are still there and it's still.
So we don't have so we're still working on mechanisms to be able to mitigate that, but we don't know, it's still going to be, so we're still going to absorb those costs. So we're looking at more cost-effective ways to be able to deal with that.
So unfortunately, because we can't, there's options. We would have to put in a lined basin if we wanted to go back to doing windrowing to dry it and then ship it out at a much lower cost because it's dried solids. But right now it's, 80% moisture, roughly a little bit more. And so it's a lot of wet weight that gets carried off. But we don't really have a lot of options because the regional board won't let us windrow because we don't have the liners in the basin. So it's we can't degrade the groundwater quality. That's why.
I think that the cost of doing the lined basin is pretty pricey, and it's a big outlier that we don't really have, but it's something that we're looking at factoring into our rate study, which is underway.
Yes.
Okay. So Megan, is that a possibility for grants, as you guys are looking for grants as part of the Prop 4 funding from the state to be able to do? Not
I
really.
don't think no,
Yeah,
not for that.
They're not really, I think Mike kind of alluded to it. They're looking for us to do something new. It's less about maintenance, or in the case of, the drought project, we're actually saving water. So some of the conservation efforts are probably better candidates for some of the grants.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, and then this is my last comment, and it's on recreation, but Anna, you don't have to come up here. It's just a comment. I know there's obviously there's comments already on the recreation and some assessment of the facility that needs to be done for some of the staffing that's been discussed already. Megan, I know we had talked sometime about having like a nonprofit status for the community center. And I think making sure that there's some funding available to be able to do that. I know it's hard for staff to be able to do a nonprofit status as they're working still on, on getting things done and working to do the programming. But if if we can prioritize making sure that becomes a nonprofit. I know that according to Mr. Craig Stevens, right? There was another nonprofit. They're a nonprofit from the Historical Society that was created many, many years ago through the city for them to be able to get grants at some point. But I know through hearing through different organizations in regards to opportunities for recreation to be able to have grants, the possibilities are there, but they won't give money to the city because they'll give it to a nonprofit. So given a lot of the expenditures that we know that have to go into the facility or the programming, if there's need for more programming, I think it's really critical for us to really prioritize having a nonprofit status to be able to secure grant funding for the community center. So I just want to make sure we look at that, we pursue that.
Point of information, can a city department be a nonprofit? I thought it was not. It is a department. It cannot be a nonprofit organization.
So we can actually formulate a Friends of the Recreation Center, which we are actually working on. And I'll just make a plea to the public out there. We need people who want to serve on the board. That's been the biggest impediment. So if you know of folks who might want to be part of the Friends of the Recreation Center, let us know and we'll follow up.
Yeah. Thank you, Megan. I'm glad you guys are already working on that. So I think with that, those are my questions. So thank you again. Thank you, Mike, for working on this big massive binder that we get to take home and take a look at. And thank you to all the staff for working on this and aligning all of the budget allocations also to our strategic plan as well. And so I think for me, just my comments just on my final comments in regards to the recommendations and the focus, at least on my end, is really, I know you guys already alluded to this and so did you, Mike, but the focus on economic development and the permit process, and as many as some of my council colleagues has said, is really focusing also on the permit process and really trying to streamline some of those processes that we have, and looking at different incentives mechanisms with the state and federal, and looking at how we can really capitalize on that to work in the benefit of the city. Managing, as you said, department expenditures to really be able to look at how can we look at the cost savings. And, you know, at the end for me was just establishing that nonprofit status for the recreation, since that's really critical for our community members as well. And then looking at the police department and also the prioritization, at least as we had talked about, prioritizing if we have the dollars to be able to earmark the air conditioning for the police department, because I just can't like fathom working in that kind of environment. So with that, thank you. So council, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Oh, so there's
We got 3 seconds on.
there's a motion by Councilmember Cabrera, and I'll take the second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. So I just want to be clear. So in terms of the earmark, prioritizing the earmark for the police facilities for air conditioning, Councilmember Cabrera, is that part of the motion?
Well, the motion is to approve resolution 6404. There's no motion for approving the police officer.
Yeah, I would suggest we're maybe going to talk about a cost savings measure later in the agenda. I would suggest just kind of approving the budget as is, and then that might be a direction on item number 4. Thank you.
Where, Megan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
We move with voting.
I think we know your direction. So either way, we're gonna come back with a plan on the air conditioning.
And if I may, the air conditioning is important to all of us. It's just a topic that we've been speaking about for a while, and we're working on it. I would like to recommend that we approve the budget as presented. Let's wait until that item comes. I think I have an alternative source of revenue to pay for that. It just requires a budget amendment because the appropriation is not in this budget. That's the only reason. The budget amendment will come, but I think I already have a revenue source, and I just haven't been able to share it with city manager yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mike, I'm gonna trust you. So we'll go ahead then, and there's a motion on the floor. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to then the next item on the agenda. Oh, yes. So we will just take a brief recess, 5 minutes, and we'll be back.
And thank you, Darlene. That was too cold.
I'll bring it. No, I usually do.
Oh, yeah, we know. It's a little girl. Did you bring it? Yeah. We were hoping they would come back. It's somebody that came to.
The youth council?
Oh, but do you want like a chip or a? I feel like.
Yes, like by all means, we.
I just talked to him about
Oh, perfect. No, so you, oh yeah, it would be great. I think it would be nice for you guys to start thinking about it.
What do you want to go?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do it right.
This.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So I'll do a brief presentation about this deferred development impact fee agreement. Just a little background, I'm showing a map of the Soledad Marketplace, which is where the agreement would be for, especially one of those pads. On the next slide, I will show a clear image. It's specifically focusing on pad B, which right now there is a vacant lot and there's a proposed retail project. So that has been provided to you as a visual representation, and then I can work with the city clerk to update the agenda to make sure that's updated as to show the community who didn't get it ahead of time. So really briefly, on June 10, 2026, the City Council approved Resolution 6370 related to a deferred impact fee agreement for the project located at this pad. The address is 423 Nestles Road. Since that approval, Woodman Investments is no longer pursuing the project. However, the owner of the marketplace has then coordinated efforts for the same proposed retail project with Stock 5 Development, Inc. Therefore, the request being presented tonight is to formally recognize the change in developer of the proposed deferred impact fee agreement and increase the maximum deferral amount to $200,000. That is because we're currently reviewing our impact fees, and a new impact fee study will come back to the City Council for review and approval. And we just want to make sure we cap it so that the fees will be going up. We have that control right now. The max again, referral was added due to that impact fee study. And the changes there's no additional changes proposed as that were initially introduced on that June 10th meeting. So the only change, just to be clear, is the developer that Woodman Investments is no longer pursuing that project. We now have Stock 5 Developments, Inc. At this time, I conclude the presentation. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions or comments from those that are joining us here in our dais? Sorry, in our city council chambers. Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom if there's any comments or questions. Okay, and I see no hands raised, so I will bring it back to council, and I'll start with Council Member Caldera. Okay. Council Member Cabrera? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Bañuelos?
No questions, but a comment. Okay. I'm excited, but this is a Stock 5, so I know that it's a new. Do you know what potential the business will be?
I think they're still going through those negotiations. I think the incentive that we're providing right now is to provide the support that this agreement can happen if the council agrees to do so. And then that way they can refine their financing plan again and keep us in the loop of how that goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and just to follow up with Councilwoman Bañuelos, so I think the last time we came here and we did talk about incentives, right? The deferral fees? Or not this one?
I think it was for the ENA for other incentives that the city is exploring for economic development.
Yeah, to be clear, this is just a fee deferral. The developer doesn't want to get into any incentives that may trigger prevailing wage.
Mm-hmm. And this is specifically for impact fees. So these impact fees are collected or are charged through the permit process, building permit process, and they're due before we final a project. So by having this agreement, they'll be paying those fees over time instead of asking for them once we final the project.
Okay, so just fee deferrals on this one. And I think we had discussed that the last time. So all this is just changing the name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. And I just want to make a comment in terms of prevailing wage. I know when we get to there, we'll discuss it because I think obviously prevailing wage is important. I know it does increase costs, but I also think it's important to be able to look at that in terms of workers' compensation.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, then, if there is no additional comments or questions, then I'll entertain a motion, council, for approval of resolution number 6413.
Motion to approve?
Second? Oh, so we'll have a Councilwoman Manuelos made the motions. I'll take the second on it. So there's a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 3, resolution number 6410, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a contract for construction services with Cervantes Landscape Services, Inc. in the amount of $378,500 plus a 5% contingency of $18,925 for a total not to exceed amount of $397,425 for the Front Street Landscape Improvement Project, and authorizing the city manager to execute said contract on behalf of the city. So I will turn it over to Alex.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Alex Ramos, Engineering Project Manager with the Public Works Department. Just to keep it short and simple and sweet. Just to keep the momentum going from our recent Front Street maintenance project, we're proposing to do these landscape improvements through this project to really bring a more vibrant and welcoming downtown environment. The city publicly solicited these construction bids, received this 7 in total, with Cervantes Landscaping Service being the lowest and most responsive bidder. They were well within engineer's estimate. And with that being said, staff is recommending awarding this construction contract with Cervantes Landscaping Services in the amount of the $378,500 plus that 5% for a total not to exceed of $397,425. And that concludes my short and brief presentation. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. So let me take it out to the public if there's any questions from those joining us here in our council chambers. Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to the public to see if there's any questions from those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will close the public comment on this item, and I will bring it back to the council. And I will not, I won't go through each one of us, but if anybody has any comments or questions, if you can just comment, or if there's any questions on, just feel free to ask your question.
I have a question, Alex. How many bids did we get?
We received a total of 7.
7?
Mhm.
And from those 7, are these local landscapers?
Some of them are, for example, like Marina Landscaping, Smith and Enright. I believe K&D is not necessarily too far away, but relatively local. Cervantes is from what we like to call the Central Valley area. I believe they're based out of Modesto, if not Tracy, but that area up there.
Okay,
Patterson. Oh, thank you.
Patterson. Okay, and I just want, the reason I'm saying is because processing is just to keep it local and, you know, have our contractors participate in the bidding process, so.
Of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
through the chair, we actually tried to encourage local. And when Alex says local, he doesn't mean local Soledad, he means local Monterey County.
Right.
But we did try to split the irrigation from the planting, hoping that some of our local landscape guys would bid, and they did not. And so that's why it's taken kind of a long time. We really did make an extra effort to do local, and then we ended up repackaging the proposal and rebidding it. Okay.
And if I may just add also, when we rebid it out as a singular project, we also let the local folks here, Guerreros and the Mission Landscapes, those two names are pretty familiar here in the community, know that, you know, these are some of the folks, you know, that came out to the bid. You may be interested in doing maybe some subcontracting work through them. So we went as far as just letting them know who attended.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bañuelos, on that. I know we've talked about in the past, Alex, we don't have, I know when Salinas had some type of local, I can't remember.
Yeah, there's a local
Local hire?
they have a local preference
Yeah.
in ordinance. Um,
Yeah, and so we don't have that here, but I think I know that if it's something the council wants to explore, obviously it's something that's important. I think the only thing that we contend with is that we don't have because we're smaller. Whether we want to do local preference, but I think some of the other jurisdictions have opened up local preference to be the tri-county area that includes Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Cruz, right? So you can have a bigger pool. I'm glad Central Valley is, coming, but I think it would be important to really kind of just really make sure that we have more of the tri-county area.
Sure.
Trying to get more of the tri-county area the contractors. I think that would be important. So I think the local preference would be great to be able to pursue.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can explore.
Okay. Council, so if there's no additional questions, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6410. Okay.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor, first by Councilmember Cabrera, second by Councilwoman Banuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Well, thank you so much, Alex, and we look forward to the finishing of the landscaping.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is consideration of adoptions of resolutions. Number 6411 and 6412. I think we're going to take these separately, right, Megan? Or we're doing them together? No, one?
Staff report, yeah. And I did want to note that, Darlene, I wanted to note that for some reason, the resolutions that are actually in the packet are misnumbered. So they, in the title of the staff report, we have resolution 6411 and 6412. And for whatever reason, they are numbered 6410 and 6411 in the, right. So we just need to fix that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It came in late and we had, yes, exactly.
Okay, so.
yeah, and not to be confused because the prior item number 3 is 6410. So.
Right.
Okay, so let me just finish this and then I'll turn it over to you, Mike. Resolutions of the City Council of the City of Soledad appointing a nominee to the office of mayor and a nominee to the office of District 1 council member and canceling the city's general municipal election for mayor and the city's general election for council member in District 1 scheduled for Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026 pursuant to Elections Code Section 10299. And I will turn this over to our city attorney, Mike Rodriguez.
Okay, for the upcoming election in November, we have for the first time elections in 2 districts, District 1 and District 2, as well as the citywide election for the mayor's position. The cutoff date for the filing of nomination papers for the districts was August 7th, 2026, and the cutoff date for the mayor's position was August 12th. It gets extended because of the fact that there was not an incumbent that filed nomination papers. So at the end of that period, we had 2 candidates for the council seat in District 2. However, in District 1, we only had nomination papers from 1 candidate, and that would be the gentleman to my right, Ansaldo Sanchez. And we had only 1 candidate for the mayor's position, and that is the gentleman to my left, Councilmember Fernando Cabrera. So the law provides a very narrow window of opportunity for the council to take action in circumstances like this. For Elections Code Section 10229, if no one or only 1 person has been nominated for any office that is elected on a citywide basis or that is selected from or by a legislative district, the council has 2 options. 1, they can appoint to office the person who has been nominated and thereby avoid having the election in either the district or the citywide election, or they can move forward and hold the election. And if they don't take action within the narrow time frame that is provided by the code, then the default is you will conduct the election. How narrow is that window? Today is the very last day that a council could make a decision to not move forward with the election. and to instead appoint individuals to the positions. There is cost savings that's involved if we do not have the election. If we only have the election in District 2, there's an estimated cost of between $17,000 and $28,000. If the elections were held for all three offices, the estimated cost would be between $54,000 and $91,000. So therefore, there's a cost savings if the elections are canceled both in the citywide basis and in District 1 of between $37,000 and $62,000, which is a substantial chunk of change. I think the staff report indicates that there's both pros and cons to canceling elections. And I don't need to go over those. You can review them, but if there's any questions about them, happy to go into that in more detail. One thing that I need to reiterate for the council is that if there was a decision not to cancel the election for the mayor's at-large position, then and instead to go forward with the election, then there cannot be an appointment in the district. As long as there is a general citywide election, no matter what the position is, then you have to move forward with full elections, and you can't use this provision to cancel elections. So your neighboring city of Gonzales was thinking that they were going to be able to cancel an election in one of the districts, but because they have multiple candidates for mayor, they will be conducting a citywide election, and they did not then have the option of canceling the election in their district where they had nobody actually who submitted nomination papers. So it's a funny little wrinkle to the law. But in any event, the council does have the opportunity this evening, if they want to cancel the election for the mayor's position and appoint Fernando Cabrera as the mayor. He would take office in November, just as if we had gone through the full election process. And the council also has the opportunity, by way of a separate resolution that is prepared, is in the agenda this evening, to appoint Councilmember Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez to the position of the District 1 council representative. Same thing, he would take office in the same way as if he had run for the position, so that wouldn't be, his new term wouldn't start until approximately December of this upcoming year. So that is what the decision the council has before it this evening. Like I said, we prepared two separate resolutions. I want to give a special thanks to Darlene. This process that I've outlined for you is pretty simple, as I've stated, but there are lots of complications and requirements that required posting and getting things to the newspaper for publication on an expedited basis and running around just in general. So it was a lot of work to make this all happen within this compressed time period of basically 10 days that the election code gives you to take action under these circumstances. So I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has, but otherwise leave it now to the council to decide whether or not they want to appoint individuals to these positions. And if not, then the action, you can either take no action or direct that we modify the resolutions to indicate that we just want to move forward with the election.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify with Mike, when you take action on the mayoral one, which you're recommending to go first, then Councilmember Cabrera should step out.
I should say, so you usually, I'm being conservative on this, and there was a little bit of, I consulted with some of my fellow city attorneys as to what they do under these circumstances. But the conservative position that I'm recommending for the council is that you shouldn't normally, there's a number of opinions that I found, use your appointment powers as a council member to then appoint yourself to a seat. So you should recuse yourself from voting on that decision. Same thing goes for you. You shouldn't vote or participate in the vote when it comes to the resolution.
Okay, point, because I think in 24 we didn't do that. I think mayor and councilwoman voted. So this time we're gonna be conservative about it, and then we're gonna recuse ourselves.
And I think in that decision in 2024, council just decided to move forward with the election.
I see.
So there wasn't an appointment.
Right.
And just to note that there was, I think there was a hope that there would be some write-in candidates, and there was none
Got
in
it.
that
Okay.
election.
Thank you.
Mike, for clarification, before we move with the process, you made a reference to dates. The mayor gets seated in November and the council gets
both-
seated
they both
in
get-
December?
I meant
Oh.
the same thing, yeah. The election takes place, it's as if
Oh.
it's as if you were elected in November, but you know, even though we don't have any election returns, we would still have to wait until, the December when we get the certified, because we'll still have an election in District Two. So we
Oh,
won't
got
get
it.
returns
So we
until
still
December.
December.
So when we would get that certification, is when we would then swear.
Okay,
folks in for the
got it. I
next
just wanted to clarify because I heard you say something
Yeah, I
different,
did.
so thank
I-
you.
I did say November
Okay,
and December.
thank you. Okay, so, before we go on, let me take it out to the public to see if there's any questions, and then I'll bring it to the council for discussion. Any comments from those that are, joining us here in our council chambers? Okay, then let me take it out to those that are joining us, that are still with us, that are joining us via Zoom. Seeing no hands raised, then I will bring it back to the council if there's any discussion on this. And I'll start with Councilmember Banuelos. Oh.
The chair,
Oh,
should I
excuse-
go at this moment?
No,
No, you
no.
can stay here for this discussion.
Yeah, because we're having the discussion first to determine if we're even gonna appoint or if we're gonna take it out to the voters first. So let me start with Councilwoman Banuelos and then I'll work my way this way.
So Mike, just a quick question. I just wanted to make sure that, I repeat this and it is, we understand as a community, there was only one mayor, correct?
There was only,
And
there were
nom-
nomination papers submitted for only one candidate for mayor, correct?
Okay, and are we doing separate District One as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
with two separate
Okay.
resolutions.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, sorry, let me just make sure we're clarifying this. So the discussion right now, Mike, and work with me on this. The consideration right now on item 4 is 6411 and 6412, and it includes the mayor and it includes the city council for District 1. So when I ask comments and questions, then it's for both right now. So we're not taking them separately right now because we're doing comments and questions on both.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying.
Through,
Okay.
through the chair, the one thing I did want to mention is that people did pull papers, but they didn't return papers. And so they were not eligible to run.
Okay,
So it's not that we didn't have interest.
but there was interest.
There was interest,
no
but
return.
people decided not to go through the process and submit. Only one applicant successfully did so, which is Councilmember Cabrera. And we did do a lot of outreach to encourage folks for both mayoral and for District 1.
Okay. And Mike, can you repeat how much cost saving would that be for both?
I cannot.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I will, yeah.
Oh,
The
Brad.
the total cost savings if both the District One and the mayor's, and again, we can only use estimates because the county
Estimate, yeah.
elections department tells us that the election costs are $6 to $10
Hmm.
per registered voter. We
Okay.
can only give you the estimate, but the cost savings, if both of those elections are canceled, will be between 37,530 and 62,550.
Okay, and it does make sense because there was only one of each for mayor and
Right,
District
we can
One.
move forward
Okay.
with the election.
Okay.
But the only persons who would be able to participate in the election would be write-in candidates who have a process where they actually have to submit
Mhm.
to be a write-in candidate and to have their votes counted when the voting takes place.
Okay. Thank you for noting that too. And one other question is, and we, as discussed earlier about the budget, you know, we're trying to be cost effective. So, I mean, I'm gonna vote for the appointment. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez.
If we paid a fee, do we like get it reimbursed or like a candidate statement? Like, does it go through or?
You know, I do not know. I think you have to take that up with the elections department. Yeah.
I was just kind of being funny. But anyways, I mean, my only thing is just we gotta be fiscally sound, but it's also awkward for me to state because it is about me, I guess. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cabrera.
Just a comment. I think we have the opportunity to utilize that money that we're gonna save in that election for other purpose, like the air conditioning of our police department. And I think it is a great opportunity. There is, for me, there is no point in going through elections if there's only one candidate in each position. Thanks.
And just a point of clarification, because I don't think we're designating the cost savings, are we? No, that's not agendized. Yeah.
Point of information, it was my comment. It still it is not assigning anything. I'm just making a comment.
Just want to clarify. Councilmember Caldera?
I agree. The community deserves some cost savings, and if we can do that, why not? Even though it's very tempting to make them go through the process. I'm just kidding. It's yeah,
One by one,
I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you for the comments. For me, if it was under other circumstances, I just want to be clear that I would typically not support not going out to the voters. I believe in keeping people's right to vote, whether we have one candidate or not. I think it's always important. I think we fought really hard in other circumstances to ensure that people had the right to vote. And so I just want to make sure I clearly state that under any other circumstances, it would not be something I would support. But given the fact that we are under budget deficits, and we know we're in structural budget deficits, and we have been for the past 2 years, I think it's, fiscally prudent to be able to look at this opportunity. One is obviously we want some cost savings, but I think the other is also the fact that, as was mentioned by our city manager, that there was extensive outreach to be able to ensure that we had opportunity for our residents to come and really be part of, submitting their applications and being part of the process. And I think that has been really important for this council. It's been really important in the last couple of years to ensure that we have more people that sit in these seats. And I think that's one of the things that we strive for, is to ensure that there's different representation up here. And so I know that there was a lot of outreach, and I know all of us continue to say, it's important for people to be able to have those opportunities. And the fact that people didn't submit, or they did pull papers but decided not to. I know for me, it's always important to ensure that people have choices, and choices, especially in local government and state government and other government, it's important. So it's a little disappointing. But the fact is that, people didn't, choose to submit, but extensive outreach was done on the city's part. And, hopefully if people decide that it's important to be here and not just to complain about things that we don't have, but really to be able to be part of the process and being able to be part of the solution. So with that, and for those reasons, I agree with my colleagues, and I will support also that we don't go out, that we make appointments on both the District 1 and the mayor position. So
do we want then address the first resolution, which is for the mayor's position?
yes.
Okay, let's do that. But if you could, great.
Yes.
Don't go far.
Just a cookie.
So then you go to a resolution.
I have a quick question, actually.
Mhm.
Hypothetically, we could vote to appoint him, but then we would vote for mine, and hypothetically speaking, the vote could be different and then it'd be just the districts? Or if we vote for the mayor, is it both?
You
No,
have
it's
to vote
just,
for
we have to
both.
vote individually,
Yeah.
right? And submit different resolutions for both.
But
Okay.
we have
right.
to, well, we have to appoint both, right? Because you said we can't
Not
appoint
the,
one,
no, you,
but not the other.
yeah, basically, if you don't appoint the mayor's position, and we had to have the election, then we couldn't entertain the resolution for the appointment of, for the
District
district.
one.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, council, with that, then I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 6411.
6411.
6411, and this is for the appointment of the office of mayor and canceling the city's general municipal election for the mayor scheduled for Tuesday, November 3rd. Right?
Yes. So moved.
Okay.
Second. So good.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalo Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any abstentions? Any noes? Sorry. It's late. Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the abstention, we'll note for the record, was Councilmember Cal.
Abstention was Councilmember Cabrera.
Right.
For the record. Darlene, just for the record, the abstention on that one was Councilmember Cabrera. Yeah. Okay, council, then I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 6412, a resolution of the city council appointing a nominee to the office of District 1 council for council member and canceling the city's general municipal election for District 1 council member scheduled for Tuesday, November 3rd pursuant to Elections Code Section 10299.
So moved.
So I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Bañuelos and a second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Yes, abstention to be recorded by by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify for the community, this doesn't cancel the election. Everyone will be able to vote for governor and congressperson. It's just in those, not mayor, District 1, District 2 will move forward because we do have a contested election in District 2.
The only thing is the citywide election for the mayor will be canceled and the election in District 1 will be canceled, but all other voting and folks will obviously continue to vote in District 2. So,
Yeah, and again, the resolution that can be read and I think maybe just posted too as well, so people are clear on that, who the candidates were on each of those. So for District 1, the individual was current Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Gonzalo Sanchez, and for mayor is current council member Fernando Cabrera. Okay, so with that, thank you, council. We will move on to our last item on our agenda, which is acceptance of the City of Soledad Successor Agency's audited financial statements for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. Sorry, before I go there, congratulations, I'll say to our council members and our council member elect and mayor elect. Sorry. So now let's move on to item number 5, acceptance of the City of Soledad Successor Agency's audited financial statements for fiscal year ended June 30th of 2025. And I'll turn this over to Mike.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. We'll try and have you out of here by 10 o'clock. This is a short present. No, just kidding. Before us this evening is the acceptance of the audited financial statements for the year ended June 30th of 2025. Yes, this is coming to us late for a variety of reasons. One of the largest reasons was the transition of me leaving the accounting firm and joining the City of Soledad and making sure that our sister cities were well taken care of and well positioned before we did that transition. So our finances suffered just a little bit, but we are now back on track, and actually in a couple short months, we're going to have another audit for you to approve. But let's deal with this one. So an annual audit is actually required by California Government Codes 25250 and 25253. This is not something that we decide to do. We are mandated to do this by the state of California. Code section says that the report, the audited financial statements, must be presented in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's called GAAP. And there's actually, and I'll talk a little bit about that, and must be audited by an independent firm of certified public accountants in conformance with generally accepted audit standards. So for government accounting, we actually keep all of our books on a cash basis. But at year end, we do this magical thing at the end of the year and we convert them all to an accrual basis, which that's why we can't close our fiscal year until the end of August because any bills that we receive in July and August that pertain to the prior fiscal year, we need to accrue those. So that being said, we'll get right into the audit. And the very first thing I do when we receive our audited financial statements, during the process, we work with the auditors. I review the draft of the numbers, make sure that I don't have any disagreements with the auditors and that they're presented fairly. And then when they finally issue their report, the first thing I do is open the report and I look for their opinion. Now, we've done our job correctly. We shouldn't have any surprises in the opinion. But the opinion is the most important thing, and it's the most important thing to me. So I'm going to read their opinion word for word. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the government activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city as of June 30th, 2025, and the respective changes in financial position and, where applicable, cash flows thereof for the year then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. This is the opinion that we look for. This is a clear, clean opinion. It is an unqualified opinion. If it were a qualified opinion, that would mean that we had some misstatements in the financial statements that we presented to the auditors for them to audit. So the rest of it is all kind of auditorese. You know, we have legalese, but we have auditorese in the rest of this letter. I do want to highlight in the audited financial statements. Here's my page. Now this is the audit. I apologize. I don't have the page number of the packet, but it's page 8 of the audited financial statements. It's the revenue and expenditures, which includes the general fund. And for the year ended 2025, the city ended with a surplus of $77,000 in the general fund. That's as close to even as we're going to get. So very good cost containment. We did not dip into any reserves at the end of the fiscal year. When we balanced it, we were able to maintain our position, which then is carrying forward, and we're seeing some of the effects of that. The next thing I want to present is on page 10 is what is called the proprietary funds. We internally refer to those as enterprise funds. These are the sewer, water, garbage, and sanitation. Those are all operating as designed and no significant issues with those funds. It will come to you in the rate study. The fund that we are watching most carefully is the water fund. Its reserves are the lowest. And so we're going to see, I'm just prepping you right now, ultimately be your decision, but there is going to be a rate increase on the water. We've got to fund the capital somehow. Okay. Next, as we move through the financial statements on page 13, our custodial funds. The city is a custodian for two debts that are not city debts, but yet we have to manage the debt, and that is for the there's two assessment districts, the Vineyards and Diamond Ridge, that at the inception of those subdivisions, debt was incurred for the infrastructure improvements, and then the residents pay for that over time. Okay, but so we collect the money, we pay the debt. It's not city debt because the debt actually resides with the homeowners. So that's why they're custodial funds. The next on page 15 is the successor agency. You'll see there that our only expenses are a little bit of administrative costs and the interest expense for the payment of the loans. Those are the major pages of the financial statements. Then there is a whole lot of notes that explain them and describe what we have with the city and the notes that we have, so forth. And then at the back side is what we call our minor funds. So these are all the other funds that are not classified as a major fund that are up at the front. All of them are operating as expected. I think I've mentioned, and you've heard me mention before, we manage approximately 50 funds. That's 50 sets of books, 50 balance sheets, 50 income statements, and making sure that each one of those units is operating properly. In this fiscal year, we did trigger a single audit, meaning that our federal expenditures exceeded the threshold, and that was due to ARPA. It was the last year of ARPA expenditures. We should not have, this isn't wood, but I'm expecting us not to have a single audit for the fiscal year ended 2026. So we'll see some cost savings on our audit because we won't have to do a single audit. But a single audit represents the auditors are tasked with detail auditing those funds or those grants that are offered to the city that come from federal funds. So sometimes we receive a state grant, commonly referred to as a CDBG grant, and we say, oh no, that's a state grant. Well, they're federal funds which flow through the state to us, and because its source is federal, it triggers a federal audit. And so not only does the auditor audit us in detail, but CDBG will audit us as well. So by the time we're done with our fiscal audit, we're actually in a good position to handle a state audit. That very high level goes through the financial statements. The next report that is attached, this is right up there with the opinion, is the management letter that gets issued. This is where the auditors will select certain items to do internal controls to make sure, and they'll do a detailed audit of our internal controls. This year, they did pension reporting. So our poor staff in human resources and payroll had to pull 3 years worth of data for them to, and the auditors went through the flow to make sure that what people were paid, that it was coded correctly and reported to PERS correctly, and that the payment actually went through and cleared the bank and everything got recorded properly. So it was a good exercise to make sure that you never know when PERS is going to come knocking for an audit as well. So I don't shy away from internal control audits because they help us stay on our toes. So we did not have any findings. So the management letter does not have any findings. It would also note to the council if I had disagreements with the audit and I was a little bit difficult to deal with. And there are no findings with that. The final document that we have, we ask the auditors every year, and this is due to our 2 ordinances, to issue a letter in regards to Measure Y and Measure S, where we have to produce all of our sales tax receipts. They then do a confirmation with the state of what the state sent us to make sure that we have recorded those revenues, that we didn't accidentally, or if we were trying to be sly in any way, take Measure Y money and report it as general fund sales tax or Bradley Burn sales tax. And as their letter states, there are no findings, and that all funds were used in accordance with the budget that was presented. So for the expenditures, they look at the budget and they look at what we spent it on and made sure that it matched the plan. With that, concludes my presentation of the audit. It is a good, clean audit. And I expect to be back before you in November with the 2026 audit.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for going through that information with the explanation, especially on the opinion. So appreciate that again. So let me take it out to the public if there's any questions on the audited financial statements for fiscal year ending June 30th of 2025 from those that are joining us here in our council chambers. Seeing no comments, and I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will bring it back to the council. And I won't go through typical the way I do it. So just if any council members have any questions, if you guys just want to unmute and ask any questions or comments that you may have.
I have a comment. I can't say it enough, but Mike, thank you so much. I mean, I just have to say that you brought us out years ago from, say, the depression, and you brought us out. And I really want to just, commend that with you, because this is not just your crap, but your gift that you bring to the city. And I appreciate what you dive in with numbers, the budget, and also you're not afraid of being audited because you know that you're preparing for it and being proactive. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and the crew, Jesus, and everyone else that works with you. Thank you.
I just want to thank you. This is the fourth time that I hear that note, the comments, and it makes me feel that we're in good hands all the time, because you have that capability to see things that regular people don't usually see. To be able to see or to predict what to do in certain circumstances is a quality that not everybody has. So thank you so much for your vision and your hard work. And I hope that people out there can understand that you're not just the city manager assistant. You are somebody that is in charge of our finance department and other things. So you're not just an assistant. You're a director of the financial department. So thank you.
Also echo those sentiments, and also I know that audits are no joke. I had a chance to review a non-financial audit at my job, and it's kind of scary. So yeah, so thank you again so much. And I know that you in the past have also provided a lot of details to the community, also in Spanish. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I echo every other council member that has compliment you. I believe, like Councilmember Cabrera said, that we are in good hands, and I have the utmost confidence in your work. You have brought us from the red into the other side, and we're very grateful. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I know when I came in, obviously I worked for government for a long time, but working as staff, not necessarily on the financial side, but I know as a council member, when I came in, you helped me how to understand these financial statements. And I know I look to you all the time, and the opinion portion of it was something that you taught me to look at to ensure that the city was financially sound. But I do want to say to our residents as well, in terms of local government, I know that there's a lot of concerns and there's a lot of animosity, I would say, in regards to local government and just generally government. But I just want to make sure that as part of these audited financial statements, I mean, this is what is part of any local government, any state government, any federal government. And so these are the checks and balances. And when people say, you know, people are stealing money, people are doing all these fraudulent kind of activities with funding, that it's important to be able to look at these financial statements because there is oversight. So we don't get to just do whatever we want with the funding. The funding is appropriated as per our budget as we approved tonight, but that money is also, you know, there's also oversight, and this is part of the oversight of those, you know, of those audited financial statements of our money, right? And so I think it's really important to be able to understand there's checks and balances in local government, and being able to look at these financial statements is really critical for our residents to understand that there's layers of how that money is utilized. And that's for any local government, and being able to ensure that people understand that in Soledad, you know, obviously what we received tonight is saying everything was in par with how the money was supposed to be spent. Even under the Measure Y letter, money was spent the way it was supposed to be spent. So I just want to say, you know, that's why the different layers exist and why this process is really critical with the functions and the governance that exists within local governments. And so people can trust that there is those checks and balances. So thank you for what, you know, what you do, and just making sure that government is working for the people. So thank you. So with that, I don't think you need, or we do need acceptance of the financial statement. So we'll make a motion.
It's a motion to accept.
Okay. So I will entertain a motion to accept the audited financial statements for June 30th, 2025.
So move.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor with Councilmember Cabrera and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Great, thank you. We'll see you in November. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item of business. And at this time, we'll have mayor reports and acknowledgements. So thank you, Mike, also for sending everyone our information regarding reports and acknowledgements. So I'll stay just, I kind of just keep it quick for me. I just, for what I did, I just can't, I'm sorry. I didn't write my stuff, and it's just been a long week for me. But I don't know what I reported last time, but I'll just say I attended the Paint the Valley Purple with, I think, a couple of the council members from here. It was a great event to be able to see all the Salinas Valley cities coming together that one day. A tribute to many of our survivors, and to be able to see so many individuals come out and so many of our families was really amazing. So it was an incredible event, and just want to thank everyone. Want to thank Supervisor Lopez as well for providing the banners that we have that were very meaningful to many of our families. So thank you for that. And yesterday we met, I had two meetings yesterday. We met Megan, Beatriz, and Eric. We had a meeting with Pedro de Anda, who is the representative for Congresswoman Lofgren. He's also in the appropriations department. So we did talk to him about some of our needs. He was able to hear who we were as part of the city of Soledad. He did a tour of the police department and also of the community center. We are able to share some of our funding needs with him and some of the district earmarks that we have submitted to Congresswoman Lofgren and get a status on that. So it was I think it was really great to be able to foster those networks and continue that relationship that we have with our Congresswoman. And then I also met during the day with members from COPA, Maria Elena, sorry, I'm trying to, Maria Elena Manso, and members from COPA who wanted to talk about workforce development efforts. So they're trying to come to South County. They're really focused on healthcare. How do they start working with the South County cities and really focusing on developing a strategic effort on workforce development focused on healthcare. I did refer them also to speak to Hartnell College, as I know the 4 South County cities at one point were doing workforce development efforts around healthcare with Hartnell College. And I do want to do a quick shout out that I received this morning as part of my mayor capacity from, let me see if I find it here. Apologize for using my phone, but I will refer to it because I did get a text from, and I think this is an awesome highlight, but Mr. Luna from Pinnacles High School sent me a quick text and I want to do a shout out. He did mention to me the first student, and his name is Severiano Flores from Pinnacles High School. In the history of Pinnacles High School was admitted to Cal State CSUMB. Anyways, big shout out to him. And so it's pretty historic, I think, for our city. So big shout out to him and his parents. That's all I have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Caldera.
I don't have anything to report, but I just want to take the time to congratulate Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez for his appointment.
Thanks.
District 1, and also Mayor-elect Fernando Cabrera. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
I just attended to sections 1 for Paint the Valley Purple. That was an incredible event. And also I was at the our last Music in the Park. I was there in the late and I did not wait for the picture. I was really cold. I'm always cold, no matter what the heat is. But I also want to take time to congratulate, what was his name?
Severiano Flores.
Flores, and it is something particularly good and interesting for me because I attended the adult school. I did my GED there, and I feel like it's my first alma mater. So congratulations. Life begins now when you're transferred to the university, but when you always look for different ways to learn and to give that back to somebody else. You will never, my dear professor Zapata told me that I will never learn as much of anything until I will teach it to somebody else. So I hope that you do the same. Pass it on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Councilman for Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, so last week I missed the AMBAG meeting due to our budget workshop. I did attend El Mercadito on August 1, which was really fun. I went with my aunt who was visiting from Los Angeles and my sister who's home from college. I did not take any pictures because I was dressed in sweatpants. I also unfortunately missed Paint the Valley Purple due to a work event. It's the start of the semester, so I've been missing a lot of items to just prep for the start of the school year. We actually started this past Monday. So today was the 3rd week of the semester, but I am very thankful that my grandfather who passed away last last August from cancer was included in a banner. And that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually was invited and I attended to serve at the Soledad High School, welcoming all the teachers back for school. And I attended the farmers market and the museum on the 6th. I also participated in Paint the Valley Purple, started in King City, went to Greenfield, Soledad, and also Gonzales. And it was just a great experience to listen to the survivor stories from King City. They had Folclorico, and same thing with Greenfield. Sorry, just a reminder of my aunt too, who passed away, and my cousin. But just bringing those experiences, again, as everyone else shared, they're not alone, and we're in this with them. And I did miss the CTF car show. They were actually doing a fundraiser for the Relay for Life as well on the same day. I also was approached by Lupita from the Our Lady of Solitude to see if I'm able to volunteer. So I volunteered during the church fiesta. It was a great experience. And also, I did get invited to the San Vicente Welcome Back to School. And thank you to the fire department and police department that participated. So we were only there for a few minutes, but it was a good experience to see those shiny smiles through these kids from TK through 6th grade. A little embarrassing. They were embarrassed, but that's okay. I also attended the Citizens Advisory Committee at CTF. And part of being part of the committee, we're working with the school districts to collaborate with CTF to bring back the program called We Care program for students that are at risk. So it's kind of like an approach to kind of like Beyond Scared Straight. And so we're going to collaborate with the school districts for South County and Salinas. So we're helping out with the CTF to bring that program back. And the Soledad Historical Society meeting was on the 12th. And I also attended Pauline's 90th birthday. Thank you, Eden Valley and the crew for hosting Pauline's birthday. And I did attend the Music at the Park with Chicano All-Stars closing the summer concert series. And just want to big old shout out to the Community Parks and Recs Department for always bringing the summer concert series, because it's just a delight. And of course, it was cold, but what do I say to everyone? Just dance. Stay warm. And I did attend, and I met Consul Netpali from the Mexican Council on this past Friday, and it was a great outcome, coming from South County. And it was a great experience. And I too want to do my dual citizenship. So I was doing that. And this Saturday, the cemetery board is going to celebrate the 100 years. So from 11 to 3. So hope anybody's going to attend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will turn it over to Megan for city manager's report.
I'm going to be quick because I know it's late. I just wanted to acknowledge Mike and all his great work. The budget and the audited financial statements for anyone in the public. He is not my assistant. He is a manager. He's an executive. He's a director of the finance department, and he oversees all of the administrative side. And now that we've gotten over the hump of the budget, it will free up my time to focus on some of these projects and making sure these projects get done. So I can't tell you, I'm always afraid someone's going to steal Mike. These other South County cities are circling around, but we got to make sure we keep them happy here in our great town. I also wanted to acknowledge the executive team really standing up and digging deep and figuring out what they could do without to balance the budget, and acknowledge the great tag team that we really have with Chief Ariola and Deputy Chief Santiago. I think, the transparency that the police are showing to the public. We're actually doing extremely well. We are in the top safest cities, and what they're showing the community is how they're solving crimes and how they're addressing things right away. So that's a testament to the team that we have. I did want to let the public know and council know about the Know Your Rights workshop that we were going to have on August 26th at the community center. I think starts at 6. We are working on events for September 11th, and we will be raising the POW flag September 1st, and we'll have an acknowledgement on the day, which is September 20th. So Darlene is going to send out invites on your calendars for that. Real quick too, I wanted to let you know today the Leadership Council met and they did approve something to help us with our Sendero participants to allow for tenant to prioritize our residents for tenant rental assistance. So thanks to the Leadership Council for supporting that. We will be coming back with a Senderos update because we were sort of running out of funds. So we're going to have to start thinking about wrapping up maybe the services a little bit sooner. So more to come on that, and we'll give you our plan. And so that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And I missed the Leadership Council meeting since I'm on the Leadership Council. So apologize for that, but I was in Sacramento all day. So next time, but I'm glad you guys got it approved. Okay. Future agenda items, and I'll start. Future agenda items, and I'll start with Councilmember Bañuelos. Okay, if none, go.
No, not at this time. No. I know, it's already too late.
Mayor Pro Tem Anselmo Sanchez.
None either.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Caldera. Okay, and I just maybe Megan, I know I sent this over, but I do want to talk about the flock cameras contract. I know there's been some concerns, and I know that it's not necessarily just wanting to make sure that in our contract we have some of the updates that were done in regards to the systems and addressing some of those issues that have been brought up, and some of those retention of the information from 30 days to 7 days, and then some of the other features of any kind of abuse that's in the system that it automatically shuts off. So I don't know if we have that in the contract or not, but wanted to make sure that we bring it back so we can add it if we don't have it there.
Yeah, I think we'll look at it, and any changes we can bring back to council for further discussion.
Okay, so with that, no additional